goodness, bro. Man, my stomach, man, I ain't gonna lie. My stomach really feel crazy right now. But it's all good because we about to get into this video. We about to go crazy for like an hour. It's 10:45. We're gonna go live for an hour, literally an hour and 15 minutes. What's good, everybody? We about to go live for like an hour and 15 minutes. Talk about humor. Talk about adding comedy into your bag as a player, as a man, as somebody who wants to learn. I find it very important, actually. Hold on, let me see. The power of humor. What's good, Trinity? Oh, you're funny when it comes to women? What's good, Hops? I about to say Hope. What's good, Hops? We're going to chop it up, though, man. I don't know why my voice sounds like this right now. It sounds very weird. But it usually happens when I eat bullshit. And I ate some chocolate bullshit. I actually ate very unhealthy before this. But we back on our health shit tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, we back on that very, very vigorously. What's good, Kate? How old is you? I just think humor is important, and I want to incorporate that for the rest of this. Okay, you young. Well, I want to incorporate this for the rest of my time on this channel. Really, the rest of my life. Really. And I'm gonna show y'all in this video the power of humor, because I want to start this video off by talking about why your environment could literally suck the humor out of you. First of all, we want to get into that real shit first. Happy New Year, man, from Germany. How you doing? So every dating coach, I'm 30. Every dating coach has comedians that they watch, right? Really, every black person, or I mean, I can't say I'm black, but I don't know what every other race is doing, really. But I know comedy it's worldwide. It's like a sport in my mind. It's like a sport. It's no different than tennis. It's no different than the debate team. It's no different than playing chess. Okay. So who's your favorite comedian? Who's your favorite comedian? Let me start off with some engagement, because this is a very important video, and I don't want any piece of this video to go selfishly with me just talking and talking and talking. And I also want to add, we're gonna this year be talking a lot more about social dynamics and conversation and things like that. Even when I said I'm gonna make more female friends when I go to the gym, I came up with a percentage, like, right? So it's gonna be like 80% or 90%. I'm just gonna friend zone. Kevin Hart is cool. Kevin Hart is cool. I got my own favorite comedians, and I'm never gonna disclose them in life ever. I used to be a big Cat Williams fan though. You know what I'm saying? That was my favorite comedian. But I was also not heavily um a comedian watcher either. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really get a chance to really sip through all the different comedians on the planet. But I got a couple of them now. So I'm proud of myself, bro. Like 2025 to 2026 has been a very pivotal like time in my life. It's just in general because just the stuff that I'm interested in is just different now. You know what I'm saying? Like just the activities, hobbies, and events that I'm very interested in, those matter a lot because people try to change their life in one big just like change. Like oh, I'm gonna do something very drastic and shit like that. And I've noticed that that's not how life moves at all. Actually, life moves in increments, in pieces, and you got to really change from within, which people don't talk about a lot. So it's really a transformation type of ordeal. It's not like a just walk away from a situations type of thing. Um, and that's the biggest thing that I want to say. But we're gonna try to get some more people in here, man. It's only 4 people in here. What's good with y'all? What's good with y'all, man? One moment can change lives in seconds. That's true. That's true. But that moment is usually either traumatic or like what you mean? What you mean? What's good, Brody? How you feeling? What you mean by that? We got 9 votes. 89% of y'all said y'all funny. I feel like I'm very funny to women, bro. Like my dad is funny. I feel like I'm very funny. In the neighborhood I grew up in, all we did was crack jokes. A lot of y'all don't see that side of me though, because like I said, I think the environment I'm in and my level of focus to just like to post and go ahead and post and get the fuck out of there for the last couple of years been so intense that I don't try to be funny. What's good, Sarah? LB said good or bad, it doesn't matter. Yeah, true. I mean, your life could change pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all subscribe if y'all new. I'm a lifestyle and dating coach. Today we're gonna be talking about humor, the power of humor, not only in dating dynamics, but also in just friendship and just like the importance of it in sales. Maybe if y'all are into that, just persuasion in general is very important. That's one thing I think a lot of people leave off the table. I watch a lot of different dating coaches. I watch a lot of different preachers, comedians. I mean, everybody. Um, but nobody talks about how persuasive humor really is. You know what I'm saying? And it's very important. Like right now, I've been talking for what, 10 minutes, literally, and not one joke, not one gambit, not one story. Or sometimes comedians use comments. I like when they use comments. I like when they certain comedians out I like that I love. They do a lot of dry humor and like a lot of they'll say something and then they'll comment on it themselves, and then they'll call somebody out, and then they'll say so. This is a lot of little different bits and pieces to comedians. And that's the important thing in this video, right? We want to study what's good, mini shorts. We want to study how it traverses across, right? Because in one place, being funny might not be funny. You know what I'm saying? And in another place, it might be funny, right? I always make sure I tell y'all that environment is very important because you could tell a joke to one person and they just are determined not to laugh. And it goes directly into the groove of what we talk about with dating dynamics in the first place. You are likable. That's important. I appreciate you, bro. But this goes directly into the same groove of dating. And when we talk about high interest, medium interest, low interest, or no interest, if you go to try to talk to a woman that sees you as somebody she would never deal with, she's going to be less malleable, less flexible. If you go to talk to somebody who sees you as sexy, what's good, Laco? They're gonna bend to your will. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of humor has a lot to do with who's listening, who's watching, and stuff like that. So this is why y'all wonder, why do girls like guys that have power and stuff like that? If you ever really pay attention, you'll see that guys of power always can make everybody laugh because people want to be in favor with the guy who has the power. So that's something I've noticed. That's something I've noticed a lot of. That's something I've noticed a lot of. Um, so I want to make this disclaimer before we keep going. And the disclaimer is this: don't become a clown. That's not what we're talking about in this video at all. Right? You want to find a sweet spot where your humor is powerful. And you want to go with that. Go with that flow. Go with that flow. And again, I don't care if you're trying to be in sales. I don't care if it's persuasion. I don't care if it's dating. I don't care if it's making friends. Think about it. How many got big friend groups? What's good, Brian? How many of y'all got big friend groups, right? And people always wonder, how do I make more friends? How do I make more friends? How do I make more friends? Not even realizing by just being yourself first and then saying something that's slightly funny second actually changes the whole interaction. Anytime someone say, how do I make friends? They're too serious. I bet you any amount of money, they're too serious. They're not flexible. They're too rigid. This is why I love comedy, for the simple fact that it loosens you up. And sometimes I need that. So I on my Snapchat, I follow certain pages that's funny. I follow Just Hilarious. I follow the other guy, light skinned guy. I forgot his name. Um, on YouTube, I follow certain comedians now, right? I subscribe to certain comedians, and then I'm trying to get them on every platform. So Facebook next, and then also uh, Instagram. Lastly, for sure. Let me see. Many friends is not important, bro. You can have 1,000 friends, but you have 100 friends, but two of 1,000. You can have 1,000 friends, but but two out of 1,000 is real. And that's I want to point out what you just did right there. You said the word could, and I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to prove a point, but that point is imaginary because you can have two friends. I mean, what's your point? Because I see what you're saying, but it's not really solid information because you're speaking to the people who think that they need friends. I don't think that I need friends. Or hopefully if y'all subscribe to this channel, y'all don't think that y'all need friends. That's not my point. My point is not that you need friends. My point is that if you don't understand comedy, then you don't know how to tell a joke. If you don't know how to tell a joke, chances of being sociable they just go down. The reason why, I mean, look at the way the world is today. Many men can't be friends with a woman because they're too horny, or they just don't know how to talk to pretty girls because they're scared as fuck. Or we could look at it like this: many guys, they're weird. Now, I never met a guy in high school that was a comedian that felt lonely or didn't or people didn't he wasn't somewhat popular, right? So, and I use the word somewhat because there's a lot of those guys who are too funny. Like, well, I'm not gonna say his name. I'm gonna call him K. There's a guy, say his name's K, in my school. Very funny, but you know what it really was? He wasn't like the type of guy that was also serious. You gotta have both, and that's what I tell you. I don't be a clown because I'm not gonna be one. Y'all can do whatever y'all want. I'm not gonna be one, right? So I noticed lately, right? I'm talking to a lot of chicks, and I ain't telling no jokes. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not telling a damn joke, not one. And it's a fucking spider on the wall, and it's the one over there too. It's two spiders. What's going on out here, bro? My bad, y'all. I'm still trying to organize this for y'all in the chat so we could really, really, really lock in. And if y'all didn't subscribe, make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all go. There's one person here, but make sure y'all look at my video on my channel about making females your friends and shit like this. This is gonna be very important because uh this all goes in the same groove, bro. Because a lot of guys don't have problems with women. They have problems with being like funny. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Because if the more funny you are, the less you give a fuck about any of that shit. Humor is a gateway to whatever you want. If you go to the corner store and say you want to get something for free, and you talk to the clerk, you're like, man, I don't got no money left, blah, 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 blah. 99.9% of them could give you something for free, but they would never do it because they don't know you like that. The moment you start telling a joke, changes everything. Bro, you can have it, bro. It's just next time just pay double, or it's on me, it's on the house today, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not because you're begging for the item, but just because you brought some life, you brought some value to that person. You showed some character. I think humor is the cornerstone of it. Damn, man, my stomach hurt, bro. I'm just like, I'm trying to. This is such a good topic that is bothering me that my stomach hurts right now. Because you know the devil never stops. Like, this nigga never stops. Let me see. We have some trolls in here. You know, even though it's only one person there, you know, the enemy is gonna make sure that some trolls come in here. That's one thing about the red bastard. Um, Damn, we had nothing but trolls in this bitch today. What's going on, YouTube? Y'all playing with me like this? Let me get back to the mathematics of it all. Cause you know a nigga like me don't get no fuck. Hold on. Let me see. Another thing is like Another thing I love about humor, and I value this shit so much. Humor is powerful in the sense that, like right now, I just turned this phone on and the news popped up, like something about Trump, right? Something Trump is doing, right? Anything could be funny. Anything could be a joke. Um, it allows you to look at one thing multiple different ways because your brain will do this weird thing. If you don't incorporate humor in your life, your brain will continuously see things as either a threat, negative, or pessimistic because everything could be seen a different way. And it's important that people do that so that they don't cut their wings in certain situations because every situation, like I said, biology is so real that if you've been seeing shit negative for a long time, it's like a percentage game. It's like a numbers game. It's like you need different avenues. You need different neural pathways when you see something. So you could say, okay, well, if I choose to really view this as negative, that's different. But I'm not knee-jerkingly being abused by biology that I'm gonna keep seeing something the wrong way. You could look at your phone again if something pop up and Trump's doing something, like damn, he always doing something because that's the first thing that popped up in my head. That's pretty negative. But if I really and I slowed down and looked at it again, and I'm like, how can this relate to what I'm saying? I'm like, they said something about he stopped chips from coming from China or something like that. I'm like, that's a perfect joke. That's a perfect um what do they call it? A current event. Current events is something that makes you attractive. When you know all the current events, you could talk on multiple current events. Most guys say, how do I be more social? How do I be more likable? How do I be more attractive? But they don't know anything that's going on in the world. But like I said, learning humor is the reason why you would stop shutting yourself off from certain things. Like you will stop pessimistically interpreting everything. You'll say, matter of fact, instead of that, why don't I talk about chips and Trump and all of that stuff? And you'll engage more from a different perspective. And that invites positive energy around you because I'm a pretty positive guy. So the problem with positive people, they say I'm positive, so my environment must be positive or the people around me must be positive. And the world don't really work like that. You have to develop success along the journey. Just like I said, like when I go to the gym, everything ain't about approaching women. Maybe about, like I said, 15%, 10% of the time. But the 90 to 85% of the time is genuinely going to have a good time. Let's be honest, chat. Anytime you wake up in the morning and go anywhere besides school, you're choosing to go there. So that means if you're choosing to go there, you're expecting a great outcome at least 90 to 95% of the time. And at the gym, the only negative thing that could happen is that you approach a chick and she said, oh, she could go complain to somebody. And then that's a negative outcome. If that erases out of your life, if that erases out of your life, how do you lose? How do you lose if you shift, change, and interpret everything from a lens of positivity? You don't lose. The matrix just gets more buck wild, but you never really lose. And that's the thing that we could also talk about at some point. And that's very true. Because we do live in a system. So there is like very woo-woo things that takes place. So like you could be the best guy in the world. You could be the most attractive, most handsome, and all these good traits. But there's definitely something in the water at the end of the day. And like I said, I think just by adding humor into your character, it breaks certain things. Why is my phone moving all slow and shit? What's good, everybody? Hold on, let me with y'all chat because it was a lot of trolls in here for a minute. Lola said, "I'm sorry, I love you, bro, but I got to go to bed. I'm tired. Funny clowns lose women. Weak game like Willie." No, it sounds like you hating in the second joint, but I'm gonna respond to this one just cause funny clowns lose women. Okay. I just got done telling y'all at least 15% of the time. But you do want to lead with humor, especially with a stranger. That's my personal take. Y'all could disagree, whatever the case may be. But Game Like Will is officially in 2026, 80% of my openers have to have some type of humor involved. Otherwise, I feel like it's a waste. It's not a waste of time. It's not never a waste of time to go approach a woman or whatever the case may be. But if you don't have the ability to be funny, what are you doing? That's just my personal opinion. And when you look at the word funny, the root word in funny is fun. And the last time I checked, certain psychologists been found out if you want to get good at something, you want it to feel fun instead of feel like labor or work. So that's just my personal take. You know what I'm saying? Even this right now, like I need to get to the content so I could really break down to y'all what the fuck I'm trying to say. Because other than that, the devil is actually winning. Because that's what he be all his bitch ass always trying to do. But let's see. Shit crazy, bro. My stomach feel crazy, bro. Crazy, bro. I should have either never ate what I ate or went live earlier. Cause right now I feel like I'm being attacked on a spiritual level. Like, so let's put it like this again, a different way though, before we keep going, just to give y'all some perspective. There's never been a woman I met that liked me that I wasn't funny to. So let's also add in the fact that a lot of people don't know what the word state is. When it comes to game, they don't understand you got to be in a positive state. Women like guys that's in a positive state. When you're in a negative state, being in a negative state is different than being a warlike type of guy or like a street guy or like a guy that's antagonistic. You could still be an asshole, but you could be in a positive state. So don't confuse those two things. So your character isn't so much important to women. Your sexual marketplace value, or what do you call it? Sexual value. Yes, sexual marketplace value is more important than your actual character. And a lot of guys can't fathom that because they've been taught by mom that, you know, be a good guy and things like that. So that's what happens. But he said, I was like, no, never mind. You good. I'm a lumberjack. I can tolerate wood. Lay down. Then we start playing Fortnite. Strip down, had ourselves. Man, y'all tripping. What's good, fish? What's good, bug? How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? Man, bro, I feel crazy in this bitch. Like, my stomach ain't never felt like this in a million years, bro. What's good, Jessica? Like, bro, listen, man. So much shit we gotta talk about, bro. But like I said, Jessica, how old you is and where you from? So I'm gonna tell y'all some traits. Oh, bet. Follow me on Instagram. Damn, I just changed my name on Instagram. I don't even know what it is. I ain't gonna lie. You can give me your Instagram or something. Say I'm a hood person. Princess in Heaven. What's the live about? It's about comedy. It's about being funny. Do you like funny? Do y'all women like funny guys, or do y'all like serious guys? Cause I'm like 50-50. I feel like I could be funny, but I think I've like grown to be like not so funny. What's good, Beard? How you feeling, Beard? I see you got some, a check next to your name and shit like that. Let me see. Hold on, I'm missing somebody comment. Katie, what's good? Says personally, as a woman, I want to help any guy that's in a negative mindset. It's important that guys know they have people that care about them. Pretty Autumn, what's good? She said she like both serious and funny. Chicken said I'm afraid of women. Princess said I think there's a time and a place. What about when they first meet you? What about when they first meet you? What about when they first approach you on the street or at a mall or at a coffee shop? I'm 30. So you always want to possess both qualities. Someone you can laugh with and someone you can be serious with. Yeah, when I approach women, I'm typically just being dead ass serious. Not like stalker serious, but like I'm just being neutral. Like you feel what I'm saying? Uh and I'm just introducing myself. Hey, I'm a sub. If you please make me a moderator. Make sure you sub, bro. Y'all all in here, make sure y'all sub. Make sure y'all sub. Let me see. What's good, Brown? I missed some of your comments. Doing good. Happy New Year's, Bearded. I don't know if you're still in here. Shout out to Bearded Viking Woodworks. I really think I subscribed to you on one of my channels. I really do. I really believe so. I really do so. Hold on, y'all. I think I did. It's like you like cut wood and shit, right? Let me see. Personally, like you need to have a good sense of humor. That's my point. Guys don't have it. We could say like guys do have it when women are not like. I ain't gonna say when women are not around because they still carry it over. Like I'm just making my own assumptions. Also, like with how I am. Like me personally, I think that I'm naturally funny. But my whole point, like before I even made this video or turned this camera on, like I noticed like a lot of people, it depends on the environment, right? So like kind of like you said, like if you are in a toxic environment, you're gonna be more tough and like hard boiled. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna be more like on the edge. And like everything is about the state that you're in, like the way you feel. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people say men aren't supposed to feel and feelings are not, a thing, but I've seen like for myself that feelings do matter uh in terms of like state control, like the state that you're in as a human being, the condition that you're in. You want to be at peace, you want to be balanced, you want to be grounded, and that's when I'm the most attractive. That's when any human being would be the most attractive, and that's why I said when guys are around their friends playing 2K, they may be the funniest guy in the world, but then when a pretty girl is around, they're still funny, but it's just a little different, if that makes sense. Uh, but I take it that women are the same way on your side, probably. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but at the same time, be serious when you know you need to be serious. Yeah. Well, one thing about me, I would never have to choose, in my opinion, because I'm very serious. I feel like I'm very serious. I think that I think my life is like 80-20. I'm 80% serious. It's like I only joke when, like, I only joke to certain people at certain times. But I guess that's my point. My point is the humor could be something more that you carry with you into public and around certain folks. But for me, I've always looked at humor maybe in a negative light because certain people were when I was growing up, certain people wasn't funny. Like, how can I explain it? Everybody was funny, but nobody around me in my circle growing up was like a comedian. Like, only one person that I could remember. But we were all funny to each other. But I forgot that a prerequisite for even being around is kind of being funny. Like, there's people around that was around me that was funny, but in a second thought, everybody was funny around me in their own way. And that's what's so weird, because it's like everybody's funny, but not everybody's going to indulge in humor. As we get older, um, especially, people, in my opinion, they either lose it or they never really had it. I think that's kind of where this video was kind of coming from. Uh, she like, even the trolls that come here, they think they funny and shit. Everybody's somewhat funny. Everyone has that ability. Everyone has that skill, and it just take the right person to be around. Because, like, even my female cousin, she's my favorite cousin. She still is, but she don't live in my town, my city right now. Uh, but I remember I literally got kept back in kindergarten because we used to sit next to each other in kindergarten, and we would just be laughing, bro, about nothing. Like, we used to make her brother mad, like my older cousin. Because me and her was type close, but, like, as I got older, obviously me and him got closer. But, like, when I was younger, she was just so cool. Like, she was a tomboy and shit. So she just was like cool, like laid back. It's funny, like, and like everything was funny. Like, it wasn't nothing. Like, she was funny, bro. Like, I don't know what it is, but she's hilarious. But she's still that way. But that's what I carried over into when I got outside around my friends and shit. I carried that over because I ain't know no other way to be. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not a comedian type of nigga. I always knew, because my father even funny, but he also is a rapper and a beat maker. So there's that, again, that polar contrast that's always there, saving me from being a clown. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I don't think I'll ever be a clown. I think that humor is more diplomatic. You could use it in a very tactical way instead of uh, a very vulnerable way, because that's not cool to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how many girls you get from it. Now I'm not a hater, so there's some guys that's really funny to me that I fuck with, but for me, I just can't live my life through the lens of being a comedian. It just would be corny to me. But I don't want to be associated with nothing. Like, I wouldn't even want to be associated with being a rapper or any of that. I don't. I just want to be seen as a regular person that can make you laugh. And game. That's it. I don't want to be seen as any titles or, like, no, I don't know. Princess said both. it is okay to laugh with in the beginning, but you always want to have serious conversations knowing your intentions with them. Mm. And again, so that's my point. Like a woman's gonna know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you walk up and talk to a woman, she already kind of, and from my perspective, she already kind of knows that you're attracted to her somewhat. Maybe sometimes, and this is the clever thing about the humor thing too, because if you're flat and you're just talking flat and telling her like, yeah, you look good, I want to get to know you, those things could also turn on, you know, they could turn around and bite you in the ass. So it's like, um, because here's the thing, right? Like it's just not normal, right? Now, yeah, women know like there's going to be guys that's going to come up to you and y'all are going to give them your number and then they're going to be cool, y'all going to talk and it's going to escalate because I do that. Like again, this whole humor thing is still new for me too because I just approached 15 women like last week and I didn't do anything funny at all. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do one funny thing. Um and I'm still talking to some of those women right now and I still haven't really said anything funny, which ironically makes me feel like I don't need to be funny. But just because you're winning without humor, I know as a light skinned nigga, it's better for me to not be a clown. But I also know that uh, by both proximity of hearing women say, I want a nigga to laugh me out my drawers, and by proximity of women telling me in the past, or me overhearing them say, uh, like you could hear when a woman like a guy. So I would hear that sometimes when I was younger, and a woman would be like, "He's funny." Like so that'll be the main thing. Like I don't really like him like that, but him being funny will be the main reason why he end up smashing. Or even in my own situations, like I said, uh, I got this vivid thought of this one chick that came over to the crib. This was probably like I was probably like 22 at the time. And she came over to the crib, literally we chilling, sitting in my bed, like talking, and she basically hit me with the "we not gonna do nothing" type ordeal. And I forgot what I did. We was talking, and I kind of just accepted it, like, okay, she said we ain't gonna do nothing, blah 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 blah. And at some point, I did something that was funny. I forgot what it was, but it was like a look on my face, or like it was just a simple thing. And she said, "You're funny." And then after that, she was like more willing to get naked and do all that other extra shit. So the phenomena is not dead. You could be very attractive because obviously she's not gonna come over and be in my bed if I wasn't attractive to her. But pushing her over the ledge was all in the personality. It was all in the funniness. It was all in the funniness. Not saying she wasn't gonna do it anyway, because you never know. But and then like again, when I lived in this specific house I'm thinking about, um uh there was another chick that we used to get busy and shit like that. I never did anything funny to her. But I do believe when I was around the age 21, 20, very I was a well-oiled machine because I was surrounded with funniness and everything was funny. Everything was a fucking joke. So naturally, I do believe that around age more confident, maybe. I don't know. But I personally feel like women are attracted to like livelihood. Women are attracted to like lifestyle and like vigor and strength and like vitality and shit like that. So like again, I just think telling jokes in general and being funny in general, or having stories or gambits in your pocket in general, is just not only funny, but it makes you an asshole. So it's like, you want to also, fellas, I believe in assholeism. You kind of want to be an asshole because it says something about you that's like a back call, back signal. It says something metaphorically about you, that this person's a little bit different. This person has a charm to them that is rare. Uh, Charleston White is another guy. Um, Funny Marco. I mean, the list goes on and on. Because if you cut Funny Marco's humor out, Lala Anthony would not probably be as attracted to him as we've seen she was. Or a lot of women seem like they're attracted to Funny Marco. They say he's not a bad looking guy. But we all know this nigga is funny. And he took dry humor. He took his personality and he put something, he layered it with, I'm going to lean into who I am. And I think that's what makes somebody funny. And that's my point in this video. So when you guys are studying comedians, when y'all say, okay, I want to incorporate more funniness into my conversation with women, you kind of want to find people who line up with your personality. I literally got a playlist of comedians that, like I told you earlier, that I kind of look up to in one sense or another. And these people are like well known to people who watch comedy, but not really well known to like Black people. Like people, you know, we like the Kevin Harts, the Cat Williams, you know, the certain TV shows and shit like that. Like, you know, but you really want to find people, because not only do I want to be funnier, but I want to listen when I listen to that shit. And it also, in my opinion, helps with storytelling, which is not an easy thing for me sometimes. Sometimes, I mean, anything is a joke. Like, things that bother you are jokes. So really, it's therapeutic and transformative, because if you leave it, a lot of things, if you leave it as it is, it'll stress you out. But if you take it and transform it into content or comedic viewpoints, that's just something for you to go talk to a baddie about. You know, the fact that you're a loser and can't get ahead in life, generally a dating coach would say, no, reserve that, hold that back, and act like something you're not. But if you were humor literate, those things become actually devious. Those things become actually the reason why she doesn't walk away or leave. And we got some people in here. What's good, everybody? Make sure y'all subscribe. Dusty said, what's good about this? Everything. What's good, Carlson? He said, I subbed and liked. Can I be modded? Got you, bro. Today we generous today. For now. If I sub, can I get a mod? Chicken, I don't know, because you was trolling earlier. I don't know if I could do that for you, bro. People tend to overthink. Wait, I thought your name said the real. It says real Yas child. People tend to overthink. What do you mean people tend to overthink? I mean, some people overthink, some people underthink, some people don't. Some people get high and then they don't. I mean, there's many different people on the planet. So in one sense, you're right. And, you know, like me personally, I always say, and look, this is another joke point. Everybody I grew up with in my neighborhood smoked weed except for me. That's a perfect setup for a joke, but it's true. Uh, but everyone in my neighborhood, I mean, my cousin, I mean, everybody. Like, so literally, I mean, I could talk about how I used to be in the car and yo, can y'all let down the window, bro? Like, what the fuck? Or the multiple times my friends had tricked me into smoking and telling me that it wouldn't, you know, that it wouldn't make me paranoid and all that. It's crazy ass shit. We could go multiple different ways with that, but my whole point is that uh what is my point? I never resonated with weed smoke, so but I still it's weird because I've been around it so much that at some point I learned to embrace it. The even with the psychotic side effects that I felt with it. And sometimes I didn't feel the psychotic side effects. And I think the reason why that happened was because some weed is just different than other weeds. So like I think sour diesel is different than haze, right? So, you know, some things will make you feel ludicrous and some other things will make you feel, you know, like, oh, this is kind of cool, this is kind of fun. But I say that to say, I think I attribute how much somebody talks to how comfortable they feel. So, like I said, everybody in my neighborhood smoked weed. So I think the level of comfort, because I used to wonder at first, like, well, you know, you got to imagine I'm young, I'm what, 15, 16. I'm thinking to myself, why, what are they doing? Like, I don't even really understand the whole weed, where it comes from at this time or what it, you know, I'm just kind of seeing. But the fact that people I really fuck with, love, and respect are doing it so frequently, it kind of is like, oh well, this is the culture, this is what it is, you know. And then, you know, Lord have mercy when Wiz Khalifa came out, it was over with. You know, I just totally just embraced it. But what I'm trying to say is people talk more when they're comfortable. It's just science, it's a fact. And this is why also you want to be funny, fellas, because you want to make a woman feel like talking. As soon as you get her to laugh, it's over with. Like I'm telling you, if life is chess, making her laugh is not checkmate, but it's putting her in a situation where the next move is checkmate. It's putting her in the move before checkmate because there's really nowhere to go when she's already around you, especially if she's at your crib. And just think about it, like the type of game I got, I approach you one time and then we text and then, you know, the link up is next, obviously, right? So, but like, this is like different for different guys. Certain guys say you got to take her on a date, but, you know, obviously that's popular to uh, guys that aren't funny or guys don't have personality. Again, I come from a small neighborhood, but we were all like laughing all the time and always cracking jokes on each other's shoes, hairlines, and all type of shit. So a woman comes into that environment, she feels the homeostasis, she feels the comfort. It's kind of like all encompassing. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. And with that being said, humor is something we all have that we just don't lean on because we say, damn, I gotta wake up for work in the morning. Damn, I gotta go to school tomorrow. Damn. And it kind of like disperses all of the comedic energy that is, you know. Now, some people, again, they're so funny, they carry that into the classroom, they carry that shit everywhere they go. But for me, I do think when I was younger, I was an overthinker. I do think when I was younger, and I'm thinking of high school, certain moments I was just I wouldn't lean into humor at all. You know what I'm saying? In certain situations, but I also didn't want people to think it was sweet because it's not. So then also at the same time, I don't want you to take me as a joke. So I think that also being black and coming up, man, you just know like nobody wants to be that guy that's always cracking jokes. It's just not funny. Like, life just ain't that. It is. I mean, it could be funny, but it's not that funny. I'm saying it's just not that funny. Um, like Shorty said earlier, you want to have that balance, but you want to be able to if I'm approaching a female, especially like say she with her mom or anything, any situation, you want to disarm certain things. I think that or say another scenario, she just comes to your crib and she just is walking in the front door. You know what I'm saying? I usually do a couple different things. You might, but I always try to make it light. I try to make the situation light. No matter what I do, I might not even know what I'm going to literally do. Some dating coaches, they know every move meticulously, and I respect that because that takes memorization. But I kind of like to live in the moment. So one rule that I have was just make sure she feels safe and like make sure the situation feels calm. Make sure the texture of the situation feels very light and don't stop talking. Because I feel like when you stop talking, now you're thinking. And after what she said about overthinking, it's not that I'm gonna be talking her fucking ear off, but I'm just gonna fill in. I'm gonna fill in the timeline so she don't feel like this guy's weird or I just got over here, he's boring or whatever the case may be. Uh, but nothing's wrong with strategic silence either. So you want to play with those polarities. Hold on. It's funny looking the same as funny. Stop being insecure. Can I have a mod Morse code, man? Woman, I mean, I agree. I agree. Princess said, I've been through hell and back no matter what environment I'm in. I've never let my environment change me. I stay true to who I am only because I can't be nobody else. I mean, none of us could be somebody else, right? And I hear what you're saying, but nobody could be anybody else. And like you said, I think it's wonderful that you've maintained a sense of self. Uh, and that's the energy we putting into this video right now for every guy out there. I'm trying to remind them that it's okay to be yourself and let your hair down and things of that nature because, like I said, that's all you can do. That's all you can do, man. That's all you can do. Uh, so yeah, that's all you can do. And that's the thing, man. Energy. I think jokes help you with that. Energy is everything. I say that in like 90% of my videos. And you are who you are. You just want to incorporate humor. That's all my whole point in this video is. You want to find what works for you the best. No, like you need to get a job. What's good, Vanessa? How you doing? What's good, Titans? You ain't getting my cornbread. I'm from New York City. Damn it. Thank you so much. You can just ask me to ban someone or delete whoever you want. Yeah, man, delete somebody they talking shit, man. Keep the chat clean. That's the jobs of the moderators. Keep the chat clean, man. Uh, what's going on, man? Roof was good. Lorenzo, you're not funny though. We're gonna pick the loser to go ahead and talk real quick. I shouldn't even pay no attention to that. For real, because I'm not trying to make you laugh. Nor have I never tried. And nor do I care. Like, again, that comment doesn't deserve any attention because it's not true. I know I'm funny. I know I'm funny because, again, it's about your palate. It's about what you want to hear. If you don't want to hear it, I'm not going to try to dance like a monkey in front of you to make you. That's where people go wrong. So the comedian that I'm, hold on, what's going on? Close this shit, man. The comedian that I'm favoring right now, I'm gonna list a couple of traits that he has. I'm gonna list a couple of his traits. So the first trait is he's well, I'm gonna read what Chat GPT is saying about this guy that I listen to. Y'all gotta pick your own comedian. It says blank is an example. Wait, blank is an excellent model for you, specifically because his humor is dry, observational, slightly detached, self-amused, low emotional demand. It says it's attractive without trying. You're not chasing laughs, you're creating ease. Why blank works better than most game models. Most dating coaches borrow from loud comics, high energy storytellers, dominant extroverts. Blink is the opposite. Minimalist delivery, calm pacing, understated reactions, comfortable comfortable silence. That maps cleanly onto calm leader, self-amusement, and what you call it? You don't perform his humor, you inhabit it. What you correctly noticed. Blank speaks like he's already decided he's fine. The outcome doesn't matter. The joke is for him first. So I love this guy. Not gonna lie. He fits the prototype of the comedian I would literally act like. Um, and I encourage y'all to find y'all comedian. That's tempo tone. Slow, centered, slightly amused, non-reactive. This alone creates polarity. Women feel he's not trying to get something. I also like how bold this guy is and how like he's just an asshole. I think it's so important. I think that shit is so important, but let's keep going. It says, how to use humor as 80% of the interaction correctly. Important distinction. Humor, this is the three wrong things. Humor to impress. You don't use humor to impress. You don't use humor to fill space. You don't use humor to avoid tension. You use humor to comment on reality. Comment on reality. Blank rarely tells jokes. He labels what everyone notices but doesn't say. And I think that's powerful. Because, like, again, if I walk, or even like a gym, again, I'll use the gym as a outside, outdoors environment. And I'm talking to maybe the person at the fucking, the desk, or I'm talking to like this beautiful chick that's running, you know, with some pink spandex tight shit on. And I'm just being myself, kind of like what Shorty said. Like, it wouldn't be, hi, how you doing? You're beautiful. My name is Will. What's your name? Even though that's confident, right? But it's not real. And the reason why I'm saying that is because it's a performance at the end of the day. Even though I might really notice that she's beautiful, it still shocks her system as like he's trying to get something, even if it's just my number. But it's not about what I'm trying to get and what I'm not trying to get. I'm looking at the fact of, you got two different roads when you meet somebody. And one road is like yes or no. And the other road is like, he's fine, or he's cute, or he's funny, or, you know, I want to get to know him more. Like, I think that people have degraded being indirect. They have made it seem so villainous and so weak. And, you know, like, only weak guys don't let a woman know from the beginning that he would sleep with her. And I think that me knowing me, right? This is where knowing yourself comes in. Me knowing me, I've never been scared to tell a woman that shit. And yes, I've had great results being honest and telling them, like, yeah, you know, hey, you got some big ass titties, or, you know, just anything that pops into your mind. And that's why I love this comedian that I listen to so much, because he's very blunt, but the bluntness is wrapped in comedic information. And it kind of reminds me of when I was younger, because when I was younger, I was that way. Everybody knew I was funny. So it's not like I'm being indirect. It's just like, this guy is such a fucking asshole that he's just going to say what we all see. Like, it literally was a chick in the neighborhood that my homie was trying to talk to. And I knew I was the more like bold, like, when it came to talking to women out of the two of us. And one day I went over to her crib, and we all was talking, all three of us. And I knew he wanted to smash her because he told me a couple of times, right? So, I mean, she came outside, whatever, and she had on this like shirt with her titties kind of like expressively there. And I just, that's what popped into my head, and that's what the fuck flew out of my mouth. And when I said that, my bro started laughing, obviously, and then she started laughing too. And I think it was just the power in being honest, because it's obvious, it's all in our face. The fuck am I going to say? You see what I'm saying? And I think that's what women resonate with. They're like, this guy right here, not only is he honest, but he sees the thing that I did before I came outside, which was, I looked in the mirror and I knew what I had on, and I knew what I was doing. And I think that it came across like dry humor. It was observational. It was dry. And I think that was just sexy to her. Come to find out, like a couple days later, I come outside, and one of my Spanish homie had came over and said to me, said, yo, you know, Shorty said she wanna F you. I said, word? All right, that's crazy. And then I looked over at the other homie. I'm like, damn, he wasn't gonna say nothing. Like, that's a long story. That's just, you know, he was trying to smash. So I gave him a pass on that. But yeah, he was that homie. But he ended up telling me after he seen that I was being told, and he was like, "Yeah, she said that." But I'm just trying to give y'all the 411 on why I would never be indirect. I would never be fully indirect. I'll never be like, oh, I would sleep with Samantha, so I'm like befriending Samantha so that I could get a piece of ass. That's just not, it's just not me. I just don't care to fuck Samantha that much. Like, yeah, I mean, I want to because biology says so, but it's just not really, it's not like life or death. Especially with me, I mean, you got to really see who you're talking to and look at how I look. And then think about that again. Like, why would this guy be that thirsty to do what somebody who is not as attractive as him might do? I'm not saying I'm the most attractive guy on the planet. I'm just saying people got to think before they generalize what every guy is trying to do by him not telling a stranger that he wants to put his dick in her ass. Like, you know, it doesn't, it's not cross contextual information. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So I think that humor is very powerful and it needs to be something that guys never lose at all. And I don't care who you're talking to. The principal, Donald Trump, I don't care if you talk to the police officer. If you can make it make sense, make it make sense. Your life depends on your relatability with people. And I do believe that that makes you 80% more attractive. I do believe that's what draws everybody to you, but especially women. It makes them say, he's going to win regardless. He's a winner. I could see that he's a winner. When he talks, I could see that he has some sway over things and people. Instead of you being so flat, that's weird. Because if I was a woman, no Diddy, I would think in my, it's just like cliche information. Like guys are like, oh, women like quiet guys and shit like that. But when you really do the math, every quiet guy is not getting no pussy. So how's that even possible, right? I think that women do like the quiet guy because it says he's comfortable in his skin. Because I've also been quiet in my life at times, and I still seen attraction was there. But that's because they're assuming you're serious. They're assuming things for you. They're like, okay, well, some women just are attracted to mystery. You know what I'm saying? But I just think that it's a sacrifice in that. You know what I'm saying? You're not forming any connections. You're not outgoing. You know, you're not forming them by being outgoing. You're letting everything come to you, what seems more attractive, obviously, but it's not real life. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you're not, you're not forging any keys in this matrix. You're not forging any keys. So this is like the crossroads between where people accept who they are and they create their reality. That's what character is. It's not, character is not defined by you just being yourself. That's a misconception. Because who are you? You're not who you think you are. Because somebody will show you that fast. That's why being humble, that's what you'll be humbled. Even if you come to the conclusion that you're somebody, somebody will show you you're not really that somebody. And the universe will put that person in front of you to show you that you're not that person. So it's not a conclusive thing. And so I just think that people are ridiculous. But let's keep going. Hold on. Ben, why are you attracted to me? I make the laugh. Hey, I put Ben in timeout, by the way. Goober Bean said, can I be a mod? I don't think so, bro. I think I'm done for the day. You believe in aliens? I do, to a degree. I believe that some people are aliens, and I believe that being an alien is just being another race. I don't think that being an alien is what we've been told it is. And this is just a thought that I had like earlier today, actually. It's another race. And I believe you've been tricked to think that it's not just another race. And because of that, you can't really do anything about something you think is a myth. So again, it's just like being black, right? I'm a black guy. I know I'm born in America, but I also know that I'm from Africa. So technically, anything outside of your vision doesn't seem real. Like people could tell you, like, oh, in Africa, people are getting eaten by lions still. Everything's a cartoon if you're not really engaging or if you don't go to Africa. So, I mean, human beings could get on and build spaceships. I mean, airplanes, which are adjacent to spaceships, and go on wherever they're going in the sky or wherever the fuck. And there's a reason for that, I feel like. I don't think it's anything foreign. I think it's actually very normal. Actually, when I was a kid, I had a dream about aliens, and I got abducted. And all I did was find out that them motherfuckers is cooler than motherfuckers on Earth. That's all I figured out. So if it's any power in that dream, then that's beautiful. But I'm just saying, like, it was a very cool experience. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers ain't doing they or no shit like that. It was just a beautiful thing. That's all it really was. And again, I think like science explains a lot of things, but it's obviously not going to explain everything because we are science. So at some point there got to be a cutoff. And I think people don't look for the cutoff. They just look for another person to tell them what's going on. And at that point, comfort becomes your God because you're not seeking anything else. So then when they tell you religion, some guy flying in the sky named God, doesn't that sound kind of like an alien in a sense? Hello. We're so stupid they don't want to talk to us aliens. Yeah, I mean, that's my point. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know what the word Anunnaki means. But I'm just saying it's a lot of like Egyptian shit, and people say we used to be the color green and shit like that. And then the melanin, something happened to the melanin and all of that shit. Like, it's a lot of different scenarios. So I don't really get too wrapped up in all of that because it's just like something I can't do. But I just don't think about that type of shit. I'm the type of person, I don't think about stuff I can't prove. And I learned that just by being black. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't prove it, then don't stress yourself out, man. Just let that shit do what it's been doing for the 30 years that I've been alive. You know what I'm saying? My bad, I'm high as fuck. Hayden, what's good? Bro, don't carry things in your pocket to talk about stories. I'm not saying carry it in your pocket. I'm saying you should have some routes to take when you're having a conversation besides just being totally honest. Because if there's a such thing as too honest. And when I say too honest, it's not to say like, and that's the whole conundrum of being me, right? I'm like overly honest. But like that's attractive to some and a turn off to others. So, like I said, I think using humor, it gives me more mysteriousness because you don't know if I'm joking or if I'm being serious. But if I leave it flat and I say it from a genuine standpoint, You think you know me, which is a turnoff, especially to a woman. You know, if I use dry humor, then I could tell the truth. And if it's wrapped, if it's gifted the right way, then it gives depth. And it tells her, I might want to go eat dinner with this guy. This guy is different, period. In the story. I might want to smash this guy because he's funny in the story. Now, is it possible you could be cute and funny? Hell yeah. Is it possible that if you're cute, that being funny is easier? Maybe. Is it possible that, see, the thing about game is guys don't play to their strengths. They could go their whole life without it, without doing that. Damn, bro. Got your stuff and slip on a banana peel. That's funny. That's not funny, bro. It was good, AG. Damn, bro. Don't be a goofy gooner. Gotta be disciplined. Yeah, if you, I don't know if Chicken's still in here, but if you sub on 4 different accounts and let me know, I got you. Hey, can you do a shout out to my, Alvin? Shout out to Alvin, man. Donna said, what is your name? It's funny because the homie Alpha Male Strategy say never break your masculine frame. Are you that? Are you implying? Are you implying that because I told guys? Are you implying that because I'm telling guys to be more funny means that you're not masculine anymore? Because I know 80% of guys I ever met was masculine. That was masculine, had a very like masculine frame, and from that masculine frame, they were funny. And I would even argue they were funnier because they had a masculine frame. Alpha Male Strategies is very funny. His whole channel is like funny. Every video I watch from him, he's kind of being funny. Go right for the Palak jokes. Women love Palak jokes. What the fuck is a Palak? Serena, what's good? Joshua said, it's the same. Think you're still making them laugh. It's just a moment. I'm baking cookies. Should I use dildo? What are we talking about? We're talking about jokes and attractive, finding your sense of humor with women. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather the truth, and I love funny. Desiree, what you mean you'd rather the truth? Be more specific. What do you mean by you'd rather truth? Because I'm not telling guys to lie. In no sense of the imagination am I telling guys to lie. In fact, I believe by adding humor into your arsenal is going to permit more honesty. Because again, if I think you got big titties, why wouldn't I? What that's funny. That's funny. I'm not even a titty guy, really. I mean, as I'm older, as I'm 30 now, yeah. I mean, some women have very nice titties. And that's something that I've noticed as I was younger, but I was always an ass guy. But I think that some women titties just stand out. Um, titty guy, it will make sense for you to call it out. And it's really weird, bro, because I was very blunt when I was in high school. That's kind of crazy. I'm thinking about certain situations, especially when I was around certain bros in certain situations, and then a woman to pull up, and I'll say some shit that would be very direct, like so direct, it was almost like a porno. Like, and I wouldn't get bad results. I mean, considering we're in high school though, but I wouldn't get bad results. It was a good country girl. It was good, Austin. We are all aliens depending on where we are on the planet. I mean, even talking about God, that's a comedic standpoint. Most comedians take that standpoint. That's like the perfect setup for humor. And again, I think I mean, what me looking at comedy makes me want to do, it makes me want to just stop taking everything serious, bro. Cause it's like I think that's really where guys are going wrong. That's why I love the character Jack Sparrow so much in Pirates of the Caribbean too. It's like it fits my character as a human being. It's like I'm not taking nothing serious that everyone else is taking serious. And if you watch my videos and my live streams, y'all will see the like that I fit into those traits. And it's kind of like dark traits, dark masculine traits. I'm not a drunk though. I'm not a pirate, but maybe in another lifetime. Maybe I am a pirate. So anyway, he rarely tells jokes. He labels what everyone notices but doesn't say. Example, that lifetimes aren't real is God giving someone a vision. So instead of, so what do? You'll say, this feels like the part where we pretend we're interesting. Now that's kind of corny to me, but I see the shift. Instead of I'm kind of awkward, you might say I'm better in quiet lighting. See, I don't even understand that myself. I'm gonna be honest. It says dry, light, self-contained. Now I probably wouldn't say half of that shit, but I'm gonna see where they was going with that, but I wouldn't say half of that shit. Why this restores your edge. Edge isn't aggression. Edge is non-neediness plus perspective. Blank's humor says, I'm watching this moment, not chasing it. You got to imagine too, if you're a comedian, you're standing on a stage, everyone's watching you, so you already have the attention of everybody, and that in itself is kind of attractive. But then when you add in the content, it gives life, it charges up that thing. But that's the point. I think that's the first 5 seconds or first 10 15 seconds of meeting a woman. You want to intrigue her, and a lot of guys can't. And again, if you look like me, then maybe you can by luck or by chance. But I'm speaking for the masses of men, even the attractive guys. You don't want to see yourself as attractive. That's actually a bad thing. You want to see, I think there's a difference between seeing yourself as attractive and thinking you're attractive. You want to think you're attractive, but you don't want to see yourself as attractive, because seeing yourself as attractive implies or comes across cocky or like you're better than everybody. But thinking you're attractive says, I don't think I'm ugly. I don't believe I'm ugly, so therefore I think I'm attractive. I think that's more of a solid grounds for someone like I think I'm attractive. But because women will resonate with a guy who thinks he's attractive. They want you to think you're attractive, but they don't want you to do the other thing. Whoever spamming the emojis with me, type hi. Yeah, man. Y'all keep spamming them emojis, man. Definitely do that, man. Get me lit, get me in the algorithm, all that good stuff. Um, when you get the chance, hype some of my videos on my channel, all of that good stuff, man. At the end of the day, um, so for guys like me, because I know my brain's wired a little different than other guys sometimes. Um, this style of comedy or humor, appreciate you, Morse code man. I'm gonna just call you Cold, man. Cold. Um, so this style of humor, it prevents overinvestment, which is very important. It keeps you grounded, which is ultra important. It lets attraction emerge naturally, which is goddamn important. You know what I'm saying? For the lane that we're in on this channel, the lifestyle and dating shit I'm talking about, you want to let attraction emerge naturally. And I'm texting women right now, and I tell you, I don't text back even every day. I might skip a day. Like there's a chick right now, I ain't text her all day. But that's me. That's my personality. That's really me. And I do believe humor, it kind of eases the things that women might turn for someone else. Yeah, you could leave, bro. You could leave. Let me see. My bad, y'all. Yeah, man, you could leave whenever you want, bro. I'm gonna head out for the night. Have a great night. Yeah, man. I'll see you next time, bro. You definitely could leave, man. I'm not P Diddy, bro. I don't hold shit. Drug day drinks and shit. Um, let me see how this fits. This comedian style lets you talk without preaching. It makes your talking points. Yeah, I'm every day I go live. It makes your talking points and insights digestible. It creates replay value, even with YouTube and shit like that. Um, Positions you as observant, not bitter. Most guys, if you really pay attention to the average guy, especially with the pickup artist community or the red pill, he can't help but to be seen as bitter. And it's not even something that he's doing on purpose. It's just something that naturally happens. So ChatGPT done gave me information on how to train myself to actually talk like this guy. It says practical way to train for the next 30 for this month. Daily 10 to 15 minute clip of him. Write down the observation, the pause before the punch, the emotional neutrality. Neutrality. And that's very important when I watch his content to I look at the tempo and how he talks with a certain tempo that is a little slightly slowed down, and it's just dry and it's just funny. And one thing about him, again, he's always pointing at people in the crowd and calling them out and asking them a question. He makes it really personal. One thing he did that I noticed in a clip that I'll be watching, he asked the guy, he said, "Who's that pretty girl next to you?" And he said, "Oh, that's my girlfriend right here." And he said, "Wrong answer. That's our girlfriend." And then everyone started laughing. And then um, he said, "What's your name?" to the guy. And the guy said, "My name is Tom," or some shit like, I mean, no. He said, "What's your name?" to the girl first. And she said her name was like Camilla or something. He said, "Oh, that's a beautiful name." And then he pointed to the guy next to her boyfriend and said, "What's your name?" And he said, "My name is Bill." And uh, he said some shit like, "Oh, that's not that important," or something like that. And I'm just trying to show you that's his way of making the crowd laugh. It's very it's almost on the disrespect, but it's just like it's like a punch in the arm. It's like dark humor. It's a little dark. It's not really super dark humor, but it's perfect humor in my opinion. It's perfectly funny. Not to mention certain people I grew up around that got a lot of girls. They were that when you're soft, you don't lead with humor. And I don't think a lot of guys understand that. And then also you want to pay attention to what type of humor is being talked about. Because I know guys who got a lot of women because their humor corny, and it wasn't like a real like I can't even explain it. It's a little dark. I think dark humor is the most attractive, because especially when you're dealing with certain type of women, because certain type of women have dark humor minds. Their mind is naturally, depending on where they come from and who they are, they're going to resonate with somebody who is a little bit more of a prick. So it's like, I think that's what I resonate with too. So I think that's important. So like I said, he's on stage. He says, "Who's that pretty girl next to you?" "Oh, that's my girl." "No, that's a wrong answer, bro. That's our girl." That's hilarious to me. That's fucking hilarious. Because in any given social setting, you know that you should not have any fear at all as a man. You already know this. If we look at tribal or go back in history, you can't really be an alpha male with fear. It's not real. It's not real. I mean, today we've found ways to kind of gloss over it because you know God said people will grow wiser and weaker. But when I was growing up, guys were a little bit more disrespectful, and it was funny because it's just like that's nature. It's nature. It's natural. It comes across as natural. So, because there was guys in high school, I used to tell them every day, "Yo, bro, like," because it was this chick I used to talk to in middle school. She was cute, but when we got to high school, she was bad. But she had a boyfriend. in high school. But I used to always think in my head, like, damn, she's some fine shit. Like, I should have got on that. So I used to always tell the bro that got with her, like, bro, she both of ours, bro, da 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 da. And I was just being funny and testing my boundaries like young kids do. But I also realized like it would make him laugh. And like, yeah, as you get older, you don't really want to play with that because it's dangerous. But at the same time, if you don't ever, if it ain't you, don't do it. If it's you, then you have to do it. That's what I'm trying to say. And I believe that that's I'm the push the boundaries type of guy. But I'm not gonna do it dead ass serious. I'm not gonna be like, yo, your girl's my girl. That would be stupid. But when you add humor to it, it's that's funny because it's like he knew I was joking, but he probably knew in the back of his head, my girl is bad, and a lot of guys want to smash my girl. He's the only guy with guts to say it, so he's not gonna punch the guy that is also joking, but there's also an asshole enough just to call out something that's so obvious, like, yeah, you know, your girlfriend's both of ours, bro. How can you hit that guy? How can you punch that guy? That's a rare breed. You'll never get another guy telling you that to your face. Everybody else gonna go behind your back and try to get your girl for real, for real. So I find that shit to be a way of um not to mention in high school, people just be testing each other's temperature all the time, but that's not what I was trying to do. But when it comes to humor, that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to test boundaries in a very funny way because it's not fun if it's not funny. We need to make dating fun. We want to have fun with it, even if we want to be self-amusing. That's the one thing pickup artists talk about that is true. Amusing than telling a fucking joke. Jokes matter. Um, it says one caution: don't turn this into sarcasm. Don't turn it into nagging. Don't turn it into constant commentary. Blink's humor is 70% observation, 20% timing, 10% words. So you can still be quiet, still be very observant, and just time the deliveries. You might add a smile or a smirk in there. If you overdo it, it becomes defense. Bottom line, you didn't pick blank randomly. You intuitively chose a way to be attractive without force, a style that works in dating and content. This isn't a gimmick, it's a frame upgrade. Let me see. Right here, I got 15 gambits that are openers that I would use in certain places like the library, the gym, and certain other places that I talk about on this channel. Right here, we have the comedian style that I was talking about. Dry, observational, self-amused, low pressure. These are gambits, not closers. You drop them, pause, let reality respond. These are split into 1 sets, 2 sets, and 3 sets of people. And they all work at the library, gym, caf, campus type places. Number 1, set gambit opener, solo woman. So there's a solo woman. So I walk up, I say, this place has that. We're all pretending to be productive energy. Half smile, pause. Now listen, I don't know where I would say this at. I don't think I would say this at all. Hold on. Number 2, I feel like everyone here is quietly judging everyone else's routine. Number 3, I always come here with a plan. I never leave with proof. Wait, what? I always come here with a plan. I never leave with proof. I don't understand that one at all. Number 4, this feels like the kind of environment where eye contact counts as a conversation. That's kind of funny, but I don't know if I said that at the library, whatever the case may be. But that's like a 4 out of 10. Uh, Number 5 is I'm not interrupting anything important. I think say it like you already know the answer. I mean that could work. It's like halfway funny. 2 set gambit openers. 2 women together. You would say, quick check. Am I walking into a private conversation or a public one? That could work. If I'm in the mall and I see the chicks that work behind that fucking jewelry shit, because they always got some smashable chicks working behind there. Like, quick check. Am I walking into a private conversation or a public one? Let them decide. You stay relaxed either way. Number 7, you look like you already decided who's doing the work today. You look like you already decided who's doing the work today. That could work. You walk in the Foot Locker. There's always some pretty girls working at Foot Locker. You look like you already decided who's doing the work today. Now, granted, that might still make you look creepy depending on how you deliver that shit. Number 8, this feels like the part where one of you is responsible and the other is supportive. Number 9, I'm guessing you the one that brought the wait. I'm guessing you the one. All right, I'm guessing one of you brought the motivation and one of you brought the vibes. I would never say that, but again, I look at openers like this. An opener is an opener. That's how I look at openers because most guys don't got any openers. So the way I take it, no Diddy, is that at least if you got something to say, you're beating 90% of guys. No Diddy. So if you was to say like, I'm guessing one of you brought the motivation and the other brought the vibes, that could work. Say I'm walking on the beach and this girl, you just pick one. I'm guessing you brought the motivation, you brought the vibes. The way you say it could work. And it starts off in a humorous way. You want to start off in a humorous way. Number 10, I won't stay long. I just needed to confirm this place still has witnesses. I don't understand that one. What's good, Sabrina? How you feeling today? Number 3, this is with the 3-set gambit openers when you see a group of people. Number 11, all right, which one of you is the reason everyone else is here? You look around like this. Number 12. So when you do that one, you smile and you let them point at each other. Number 12, I'm impressed. This looks organized, but I know it's not. And maybe you could use that. I don't know if I would use that one. Number 13, this feels like a group that planned to be productive and immediately gave up. Number 14, I've walked by and figured this was either a study group or a support group. Number 15. I don't know. This comedian is also kind of like insulting. He's insulting a little bit. So we want to account that he's kind of insulting, but it's the type of insulting that's attractive, because I've seen how women react to him inside of his audience, and they react like they're kind of attracted. Like, okay, this guy's kind of an asshole, but I would probably, sleep with this guy. Number 15. I don't know what you're working on, but the confidence is convincing. I guess his shit's kind of like naggy a little bit, a little backhanded. How to deliver these. This matters more than the words. Speak slower than normal. That's another thing I like about his content. What's good, Ava? How you been? It's going to allow me to slow down my speech, because that's so important to me. We must be reminded to slow down our speech, because it's too easy to speak that 0.5 speed too fast. And we need to slow down. In the line downward, not upward. No explanation after. If they laugh or respond, you stay quiet for half a beat. The silence guy, silence is a part of the jokes. So I got to keep that in mind. If they don't respond much, you don't rescue it. Just nod, smile. Anyway, enjoy. That exit increases value, not lowers it. And this is another thing he does all the time. He says something, and he's kind of like, he doesn't really sit around to see if it lands. He kind of just moves and grooves. Why these work for you especially? No chasing, no qualification, no sexual pressure, no performance. They create ease, show perspective, signal social intelligence, which is the most important thing. Let them lean in. They let them lean in. That's edge without aggression. What's good, Braylon? So last but not least, before we go, in probably an hour or 30 minutes, I want to talk about Kino. Kino is physical touch. And we want to talk about physical touch and how being humorous can connect. Because after you have somebody smiling and laughing, it's quite natural to do Kino, opposed to, these other ways that other guys say do it. This is calibration, not theory. Yes, laughter opens the door to Kino, but the timing and type matters way more than people admit. This works in libraries, gyms, calves, and doesn't kill your calm or your edge. Kino is not touch. Kino is shared physical orientation. Touch is just the last inch. If you rush to touch without orientation, it feels invasive. If you wait too long, you get filed as neutral. The 3-phase Kino ladder. Number 1, spatial Kino before touch. This happens immediately after the laugh. What to do? Lean in 5 to 10%. Angle your body slightly towards her. Lower your voice a notch. You don't touch yet. This tells her nervous system we're now in a smaller bubble. Phase 2, environmental touch, the bridge. This is the most important phase and where most guys mess up. You touch objects, not her. Example, point at a book. This one's lying. Your hand briefly shares space with hers. Gesture towards a machine. This thing judges everyone equally. If you say that, you'll say something like that. If standing, step closer, then stop. This lets her body acclimate without pressure. Phase 3, micro kino. After the second laugh, now you touch. Light, brief, and functional. Golden rule, touch lasts less than 1 second. So examples. Back of fingers on forearm. Back of fingers on forearm. During laugh. So I say something funny, she's laughing, like, yo, you crazy, da 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 da. Light tap on the elbow as you say, that's fear. Yeah, that's fear. Shoulder tap when you exit. Good luck in here. Damn, bro, my back. It says, and then you pull back. Pull back is what makes it sexual, not the touch itself. When exactly the keynote, timing, clarity. Use this simple cue. First laugh, no touch. Second laugh, micro keynote. Third laugh, slightly longer pause near her. Don't count laughs literally. Feel the ease. If she doesn't step back, keeps eye contact, turns her torso towards you, you're greenlit. What not to do, important. No grabbing, no lingering hand, no back, waist, or thigh early, no apologizing for touch, no I'm a touchy person disclaimers. That kills polarity instantly. So you want to pair these comments. You want to pair these comments with certain touches. So a light elbow tap, release. A light elbow touch, tap, release. You'll say, all right, that's actually funny. Or you might say, brief forearm touch, you'll say, yeah, you're not wrong. Or tapping plus smile, you'll say, that's fair. Short, calm, no emphasis. Why it'll work? Because it's predictable, it's low stimulation. It doesn't require hype or dominance. It preserves self-amusement. The biggest mistake to avoid, waiting until the conversation is long. You're already comfortable, you feel safe. By then, polarity has cooled. Kino is not escalation, it's confirmation. Final reframe. Touch doesn't create attraction. It reveals whether attraction is already present. You're not forcing anything, You're checking the temperature. And that's it, bro. That's all I got today. Now, again, the comedian that I study works for me. I'm going to show y'all some infill when I get out there. I'm going to share content to show y'all interactions. And that's it. That's all she fucking wrote. I don't know what else to fucking say. But that's it, man. That's all I got. But humor is a tool. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use the fucking tool. And that's it, man. I see it as 80-20. I see it as why even talk to women if you're not being funny? I didn't say being a joke, I said being funny. Being a joke is thinking everything is funny. Everything is not funny. So you really want to bring balance. But my stomach hurts so fucking bad. I don't understand it. I just don't understand this shit. But yeah, man. Now that we've got that out the way with, y'all will understand, man. Y'all will understand this shit. Like I said, I want to use humor in an attractive way, not in a everything Will does is funny type of way. Because then that's going to be some other type of issue. We don't want that other type of issue. And in fact, I purposely choose comedians that aren't like too far out of my character, too far out of my personality, because I just don't want to lean too much into clown territory. Yeah, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So you just want to use it when it's necessary. That's all. That's literally all it is, you know. But it's something to polish. It's something to study. It's something to use. And that's all, man. That's all you do. 62% of y'all said y'all funny. 38% said y'all not funny. Yeah, man. I'm about to call it a night. I'm about to lay down and shit like that. Because, man, I feel crazy. I don't think y'all understand. I don't even know how my stomach started feeling like this. Oh my God. What's good, Destiny? How you doing? It's like every word I say make my stomach hurt more though. So yeah, I need to chill out, relax. This is one of them feelings you gotta sleep off. My whole gut hurt. Yo, sitting in this position right here, bro, I don't feel none of that shit no more. I'm looking at a bunch of jokes right now, potential jokes. Mm. Sometimes when I read his style type of jokes, it just confuses me, bro. I don't really see his humor a little advanced. That's what I think it is. It's a little like this comedian is so much of himself that is hard to copy. Like I think people could copy people like Cat Williams and like some of these other people. What's good? Hello. He said I'm not very funny. Why you say that? Yeah, man, them jokes was about me, bruh. I just peeped it. The jokes they gave me was about me, but it says the guy that I like to listen to, his jokes actually aren't about they are kind of about him, but they're not fully about him. So his jokes are about the room, about the moment, about shared absurdity. When humor becomes self-referential too often, it pulls attention inward, activates self-monitoring, feels like mild exposure instead of play. Your system wants externalization, not more introspection, not scripted delivery. You are not a line reader, monologue guy, stand up cadence person. You are a situational observer, pattern noticer, real time commentator. That's why scripts feel flat. Gambits feel better than jokes. Riffs feel better than punchlines. You don't want to tell humor. You want to notice humor and name it. Instead of asking, is this funny? Ask, is this true in this moment? His power isn't wit, it's accuracy delivered calmly. Yeah, this guy that I'm looking at, this comedian, he's actually got talent. And it's kind of funny to me because I don't know how he do it. Like he's the first comedian I think I've ever watched, and I'm like, I don't know if I could copy that shit. Like Cat Williams, all the people that's really, really good, I feel like within one day you could actually like copy their shit. Cause they're saying like they're basically just saying something and then they're following it up with something that you could just copy, you could just say it. But this guy is very spontaneous. He kind of like picks on people in the crowd and asks them a question, and it feels very spontaneous. So it's kind of like, I want to say natural. And that's kind of how I am too. But it's like, I would have to just figure it out along the way. I wouldn't be able to like craft jokes from his perspective. Even though I still believe that my style is going to be like his, I don't think I would be able to just copy and paste like that. Because what works for one guy doesn't always work for the next guy. Even though humor works across the board, like the thing that makes him funny is that he's just one person. Like uh, replace he's this says so. Here's the correct format for you. Replace jokes with live observations. Instead of a joke, this feels like one of those conversations where nobody knows how to start, how it started. Instead of a punchline, I always forget how serious people look when they're trying to relax. Instead of self-commentary, there's a lot of effort happening in this room for a Tuesday. No setup, no payoff, no performance, just naming the moment. Mm.
If someone laughs, great. If they don't, it still lands as grounded. This matters for attraction and peace. When you stop trying to produce humor and start noticing, naming, pausing, you stay regulated, keep edge, don't abandon don't abandon yourself. Let others lean in. That's what you've been circling this whole time. One final truth. Sit with this. You're not trying to become funny. You're trying to feel less trapped in social moments. That's why anything that smells like material turns you off. And that's okay. So let's see how this works right here. This the style you're actually moving towards, name it. What you're doing isn't comedy, it's commentary. No jokes, no lines, no performance, just presence plus observation. Think calm narrator, mildly amused, slightly detached, comfortable with nothing happening. This is why blank resonates, but you don't need to be blank. You're closer to I'm noticing this with you, not at you. Ugh. That's attractive because it creates shared reality. Ugh. The three observation types. This is your whole toolbox. You only need three kinds of statements. Rotate them. That's it. Number one is environmental observations. Low risk, zero pressure, open space. Examples. This place always feels more serious than it needs to be. Everyone here looks like they're waiting for permission to relax. There's a lot of quiet effort happening right now. Mm. Delivery. Say it once. Don't look for approval. Pause. If they respond, continue. If not, you're still grounded. Number two, moment awareness. This is where connection starts. Examples. This is one of those conversations that need a plan. That's so crazy, bro. Fuck. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. So the next thing is that reaction felt very honest. And the last thing is we're both pretending this is normal, which I respect. This subtly says I'm present with you. I don't understand that. Number three, self contained truths. Not truth depreciating, not explanatory. Examples. I do better when things are simple. I move more observant than expressive. I don't rush conversations. These are just like, again, A lot of this stuff is it's about delivery. Uh, mm. It says for YouTube lives, this will feel way better. Do this instead of jokes. Say what you're noticing about the chat. Say what feels odd or real in the moment. Stop before explaining. So right now, I would say uh, this chat is moving very slow. Examples. So if someone was to comment, I might say that question feels heavier than it looks. Now, again, in my mind, that's hilarious. But I could see out to somebody else, it might not hit. The next one is some of you already know the answer. You just don't like it. And last but not least, this topic always gets quieter than expected. Silence alters power. Wait, I mean, silence after is power. Whoever's commenting them laughing emojis, comment and tell me why you're making those. Do you get the humor? Are you understanding the humor? Final anchor. Read this slowly. You don't want to be clever. You want to be unburdened. This style keeps your peace and your edge. Watch this. Give me 50 more for my chat. That is not commenting, and it's only 5 people in here. So I'm gonna do these things live just to give y'all more of a experiential, I guess, because the type of guy that I'm talking about, the comedian, he's very personal with his humor. He's calling people out in the audience, and it's funny as fuck. I don't know why, but it's funny. It says, "Good small room is actually perfect for this style. When chat is quiet, you don't feel space. You name it. Here are 50 calm, observational, non performing statements you can drop into silence. Read them slowly, let them land. Don't stack them back to back." So, this category is called silence, low chat energy. Number one, 5 people in here feels more honest than 500. Nah, I get that one actually. I actually get that joke. And I think that's why he's so funny actually. Because he's saying shit that he's actually observing in real time. Like that's what's making the nigga so cold to me though. Like, and I think that's what the only type of humor I could use because I'm not a script type of guy. I thought I was when I first started learning game. Scripts work when you need them, like on the approach when you're first approaching a female. Like, yeah, script is powerful at that point. Like when you're learning how to approach. But in terms of jokes and shit and being funny and living in the present moment, it's like you want to catch things that's happening right now. And that's a real skill. Cause I could tell some of the stuff he's saying is not staged. It's really number two. This is the kind of room where nobody's pretending. Like it's five people in here. Comment a one if you get the joke. Comment a two if you don't get the joke. Because believe it or not, a lot of these will make women laugh. So explain when you drop a one or a two. Explain why you get it or why you don't get it. Because the same thing that'll make like these things will laugh a woman out of her panties, bro. Because it's dry and it's stupid. But I want to see if y'all can because I want to see if y'all can interpret this shit. Fat Chubby, explain. You're the only one that commented. Explain. Why don't you get it? What about it didn't you get? So we can move on to number three. We're gonna play this game for like the next 30 minutes or 20 minutes, and then we're gonna get out of here. This is actually a fun game. I think I'm gonna play this game more often. I'm gonna call it humor training. So Fat Chubby just gonna comment a two, and don't say nothing back. All right, let's move on to number three. Remember, number three. Quiet chats are usually thinking chats. Quiet chats are usually thinking chats. My delivery is bad right now too, because I'm a little drained at this point. So I'm not really and I'm not I'm under practiced. You know, I haven't been using this style ever in my life. So I'm under seasoned. I'm not really this is foreign to me right now. Number four, this feels less like a stream and more like a conversation waiting to start. Let's go to number five. Low numbers make it easier to tell who's actually here. And why you laughing? Yo, y'all gotta comment and tell me is the joke like explain, give me some feedback. Give me some feedback, bruh. Like that was funny. It was funny. And that's the thing, like this style of this style of humor is okay. You saying the laughing emojis is the feedback? Like, yeah, give me like a sentence. Like, tell me, like, was it funny? Was it not funny? Why or why not? I believe all of this is funny. I just think it takes the right person to say it at the right time to the right people. Not saying y'all are not the right people, but I'm just saying like it takes sometimes also like when a comedian stand on stage, you expect funniness. So it's like I think the anticipation works better with that guy because he could just look around and people are waiting and then he say something stupid, they just start laughing. He's good for it. You know what I'm saying? But that's the like the whole knack. That's like the whole skill, the whole gift. When you meet women, say again, use the example at the gym. If I'm not trying to bed this woman, I'm starting a rapport, a certain type of rapport, then all I got is jokes and gambits. It's just about how often I want to ring that bell of jokes and gambits. And I believe you should have a couple of them per like connect every time you talk. You should say some funny shit. Because other than that, you ain't gonna feel like you got shit to say. Hi, I'm Will. Let me put my dick in you. That's the only thing you're saying, even if you say it 1,000 different ways. Yeah, friendship. And every comedian is funny. Like what's the guy name? Dave Chappelle. Everybody got their own style. Um, we're gonna move on to the next one, which is about the moment, live awareness. Number 6 is there's no rush in this room, which I like. Bruh. Number 7, this was too deep. Which one? Wait, what you mean too deep? Unknown, you're not saying enough. You're just saying a small comment, and it's hard for my brain to really like catch what you're saying. Number 7, this feels like one of those nights where nothing needs to happen. Like I'm imagining me inviting some fine shit over to the crib and like, yo, this feels like one of those nights where nothing needs to happen. Like it's just ignorant. Like I think that's what his style is embodying, like sheer dickheadness. Like, but I think it's a perfect style for me because again, growing up, everything was always about what's good, heaven. Everything was always about say, hold on, say you're saying the joke, I'm answering. Oh, you saying that joke was too deep? Number 8, everyone's kind of just hair. Was good, Kale. That's how you say your name, Kale. Kale. Bango. I don't know if you're saying Bengal because it was a good joke, or you're saying Bengal because I just said something to you. Kel, what's good? How you doing? I'm in here telling jokes. I want y'all to rate the jokes. If it's a if you understand the joke, put a two. I mean, put a one. If you don't understand the joke, put a two. And then explain to me why the joke landed or didn't land. Unknown said, I'm not saying it isn't funny. You need more context. I see what you're saying. I'm gonna hold on. Somebody said they're not saying the joke isn't funny. I just need more context. It says perfect. That's actually a good, respectful comment, not resistance. And the way you answer it will set the tone of the room. You want to give just enough context without explaining the joke to death, defending yourself, switching into lecture mode. Here are clean response options. You can read or paraphrase live. Pick the one that feels most like you. I'm thinking you're right. No, 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 no. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I can't write these. I can't. Maybe next week I could compose some of these. Um, but nah. It says best one sentence responses, low effort, high poise. So number one, it says, yeah, it's not really a joke. It's more an observation. Hmm? Oh, I guess they're telling me how to respond to you. Like when you say, I need more context, I might would say totally fair. It lands better if you notice the moment it's pointing at. I don't know what they're trying to. I don't know if they're trying to talk back to you like in like a sass off type of way. It needs more. It needs the room more than the words. I don't know, bro. It says I get that. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just naming what I see. Puff said I pull no women, bro. Why not? Why you think you don't? He said I ain't got no woman to be funny to. That's the point, man. I came up with something called hobbies, activities, events. Every week, I mean every month, you should be trying to get into more. It says all decent jokes have to be set up in some way. Here's an ideal pause with the phone and just talk. Wait, you said here's an idea. Pause with the phone and just talk. He said women mad scary. Wait, hold on. All decent jokes have to be set up. So you saying like a setup and a punchline? I don't know if I'm a setup and punchline type of guy. The the comedian that I'm studying is more of a um ask a question to somebody in the crowd type of guy. Like I'm gonna tell y'all the example I said earlier. Earlier he pointed at this guy. He said, "Who's the pretty girl next to you?" And the guy said, "That's my girlfriend." And he said, "Wrong answer. That's our girlfriend." And then everybody started laughing. Like you said, it's a setup
and there is a punch, but it's very brief, it's very quick, it's very street smart, I would say. It's not like Dave Chappelle earlier I was watching and he told like this big story. The other day, me and my wife, we had got into a back and forth, and I told her I loved her, and I told her I put everything in a box for a rainy day when I die, blah 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 blah. And she went and looked in the box, and then she blamed me for it. Everybody started laughing. Then she said she came to me and said, "Damn it." He said, "What happened, baby?" She said, "I looked in the box." He said, I forgot what he said at this point. But then she said, it was nothing in the box but a notepad with a bunch of jokes on it. And he said, well, I told you if I die, the notepad, he said, in the box is everything you and the kids are going to need to keep uh to keep going if I die. He said, she said it was just a notepad with a bunch of jokes on it. He said, um, yeah. He said, if you read those notes just the way I wrote them, y'all will be rich forever. Now, that's a good setup. That's a good story. And that's a hell of a punch. But again, I don't think it's useful in dating dynamics. I don't think it's useful in the world of attraction. I know guys who told jokes like that when I was in sixth grade. I know somebody who was extremely funny and he talked like Dave Chappelle. But me, I don't like the whole Dave Chappelle or the I don't like the whole that type of style. It's a little too much, too extra. Hold on, let me see. All right, Kale. Unknown said the way you tell it needs more enthusiasm. That's all. Talk more organic. You're getting there. I see the levels. Yeah, I mean, confidence is big, bro, but I'm drained at this point. I've been live for like going on 3 hours, and I didn't. And this is real talk. I didn't eat my standard diet in the last like 2 or 3 days because I'm struggling a little bit. So I got tomorrow. I'm gonna go shopping and grab some like fruit and some energy. I ain't really got it right now. And I could have spent the last 3 hours just like sleeping and resting and like doing the whole healthy stuff. But I was like, nah, fuck it. I'm gonna get on live and talk about humor and shit like that. I just think that I had to get this first video out for 2026. And from here, we could rift off and go into deeper levels of game because, like I said, man, I'm into a lot of different hobbies, activities, and events. And I'm thinking about signing up for a gym membership, gym membership, and things of that nature. And when I'm out there, bro, I'm gonna be recording a lot of stuff I'm telling y'all right now in real life. So so y'all lace up and prepare for all of that because that's gonna be happening. But the stuff we talk about in private, this is important, man. Because like I said, a lot of guys they don't even got one comedian that they look up to. Everybody think that they're funny though. That's one thing I noticed. Everybody thinks they're funny, and they are. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm sure y'all got some family members that y'all chill with, talk to,
and they're pretty funny. Or you know, you find yourself hard not to laugh. You find it hard not to laugh when somebody says something. Even if you and that person argue, they still have something about them that's kind of funny. And I noticed that, and I wanted to differentiate my humor as well because I think my humor is a lot. I mean, I got my own sense of humor, but it's a lot like my mom's and shit like that. Uh, I think your humor is highly influenced by who you're around a lot. Uh, when I was around my cousin, my humor was a lot in the same vein. When I was just around certain people, certain areas of my life, my humor have it's still mine, but it just takes different shape. I think this comedian that I'm talking about, which I'm not going to share with y'all because I just don't want to give away the sauce so fast. Uh, I think that his style is powerful. And again, like you said, even when you're low energy, like you you want something that you could use daily. I don't want to tell big stories daily. I want to just make women laugh. I want to laugh them out their drawers. And that you know that could happen by telling stories. And a part of the game is telling stories. But your stories are only important if your regular conversation is important. If you come in and you're corny and then you tell good stories, nobody gives a fuck about your stories. But if your comments and observations are funny or stunning is a little bit of a better word, or bedazzling or bewitching, then people are going to be so off balance at that point because it's like, yo, you're just funny. You know what I'm saying? You're not trying to be funny. I think that's the goal with this video is the dry humor, the if I'm gonna use punchlines, they're not gonna be stories, they're gonna be setups, like uh things that are observed but not being called out. So I just call them out. And also improv, right? I didn't talk about that. I put that in this title, but I didn't talk about that. I'm gonna say, give me an improv game to play with my chat. I love improv, but we're gonna do that after I read a couple more of these. Read like three more. Now I think I'm gonna go straight to the improv. I'm not Phoenix flexing. It was good, Crawford. Shout out to Austin. What's good, Austin? Bait and switch works for me. Bait and switch. I forgot what that. What is that? How does that go? I think he uses that because he asked the guy earlier. He says, "That's your girlfriend?" I mean, he said, "Who's that girl next to you?" He said, "That's my girlfriend." He said, "No, wrong answer. That's our girlfriend." And it just was like, I can't not laugh. Like I like that type of humor because it's like, okay, even if I don't laugh, my soul is laughing without my permission. That's what I find attractive. That's the type of that's the type of um personality you want to have with women. Like you want their soul to laugh. Like even if they try to mask that shit, you want them to be like, I have to fuck this guy because this nigga is too funny. And he was flirting with somebody's mom. He was like, "How old?" He said, "How old is she right there?" He said, "Who's this lady right here?" He said, "That's my mom." He said, "Oh, you look very young."
like just a dickhead, like an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody who, and the guy was like, the guy was like, yeah, I'm a big fan of you. So basically saying you could fuck my mom. He was like, oh, for real? Ah, okay. You know, just he just got it. You know what I'm saying? He just got it. It's just thorough, bro. I fuck with the way he does it. It's just too perfect. I resonate with it. I don't think nobody, especially when it comes to what we call game, like dating, it's not funny if it isn't dirty. It isn't funny if it isn't uh raunchy and like I don't want to say I don't know what the word to use. I guess dirty is the right word. Cause like the neighborhood I grew up in, like you talking about somebody's shoes, you talking about their hairline, you talking about shit they can't fix. Then you're talking about like, yeah, your mom this. Yeah, like, if someone had a sexy mom, someone's gonna say it at some point. Like that's like it's one nigga in my neighborhood that I gotta say that was hilarious. But like I don't know if I can explain his humor, bro. His humor is just rank the shit out of you, but be so cool, like to you at the same time. But it's just in him. It's just who he was. Um, yeah, man. I can't. I don't want to go too deep on his style, but his style is funny. He's funny. So he the type of person to be like, yo, like you get some new shoes. He'll be like, yo, you got the new Air Max? And then you be like, yeah, bro, I just got these, da 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 da. And he'd be like, he'll start laughing in a way where it's like almost like under his breath, but not really. It just flamed them shits. Like I can't explain it. He's like, you got them shits from I can't even explain it. Let's just say the last time I seen him, it's somebody we both used to know from the neighborhood. And this guy used to be like regular size, and now he's mad diesel. So I seen him probably like last year, and he talking to me about how life is and stuff. And he was like, yeah, have you seen Blase Blah lately? I said, nah. He said, yeah. He's like, Blase Blah look like a straight trooper. And the way he ranks, the way he joke is just funny, bro. Like he said he looked like a state trooper. Like, and what I'm trying to say is like this guy's ultra diesel right now. Like, but like that's his humor. His humor is his personality. He's not even trying to be funny. He's just funny, bro. Like a straight trooper, a state trooper. He instead of him saying, yo, he instead of him saying he put on weight, he looked diesel, he got mad big, like a regular person would say. His dark humor is gonna always pick a joke out of the situation. Forever into infinity, he gonna pick a joke out of the situation. That's like the inner child inside of you. It should never die. And that's how you stay young. That's how you stay doing that. And I think that again, it's a time and a place to be serious as hell. But I think that when it comes to like your lifestyle, the way you design your lifestyle, all people of good health and good standard, they sit around and tell jokes and shit. People who run the world, I guarantee they sit around and tell jokes all day. Because once you've conquered a certain level, what else is there to do, man? Like, what else are you gonna do? It shows status, in my opinion. It shows status, and it shows
a level of integrity, to be honest. Like, uh, because a person, in my opinion, who knows how to joke also knows how to go to war and do everything else. So, especially when we talk about game, if you're not having fun, women are going to sniff that. They're going to look at that first. And you're not really housing an environment worth it's not seduction. It's not seducing. I'm from Tacoma. I want to meet you in person on the street. What's up, brother? Why you tell me to scroll up? It's good, project. Why do you need to be funny to women? I'm not saying you need to do anything. Thank you for the gifted auto. Shout out to auto for the gift. I'm not saying you need to do anything. I'm saying I'm going to, despite what any other man on the face of the earth is talking about. Because here's the thing that a lot of people won't fail to realize: they'll never realize that they don't know me from a hole in the wall, and that before YouTube, I've been in nothing but circles that was funny. So so why wouldn't I use something that is at my disposal in the first place? And besides, every chick I link up with, like every chick I link up with and chill with, especially the ones that I either smash or get super close to smashing, I'm being myself. What I'm saying when I'm saying that is they're getting funniness from me as we talk, as the conversation goes on. I'm not saying I'm deliberately doing it, but so unconsciously I am. Unconsciously I'm saying to myself, "Damn, what I'm gonna say next?" And I'm saying some shit, and I'm dressing it, and I'm coding it in slick talk, in slick Alec talk, and I mean it's different words traditionally for these way of talking, but I'm talking with some swag, and it's an art at the end of the day. Talking is an art. You don't get a girl by talking flat. Hey, I like you. I want you to be my girlfriend. Yeah, those things work. They can work, but I just think that where I come from and who I am, I'm way more. I'm a little more twisted than that. So you don't have to do anything y'all don't want to do. I'm just telling y'all what the fuck I'm gonna do. Scroll up. I typed what I do. It's above that. I can't find it, bro. It's above the bait and switch comment. 400 degrees was good. Thomas said, "Hi, my Discord kitten." I'm more like a lion or a dog, even though those are two different, a cat and a dog. But I'm a Leo. That's why I say that. But I'm more like a dog, more like a Great Dane. Um, There also was somebody named Marcus that I went to Job Corps with that was extremely hilarious. He ended up being my roommate. And we would talk about chicks all day. And because I had a shorty at Job Corps and he had a shorty, or ended up getting a shorty. And he just hilarious. That nigga was hilarious. Like he said, yeah, man. He said, man, I just smashed whatchamacallit. I'm like, word, bro, how was it? You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. He's like, yo. He was like, bro, it was so nice and warm. He was like, he was like, he said, bro, he was like, it was like I could live in there. Like, bro, that shit was hilarious. Like, he's hilarious. Like just dumb. And that's what I'm saying. Some people they just got it, bro. And I think again, it's an art, it's a craft. You could learn it. Most guys just don't try. I never tried to be funny. So, you know what I'm saying? Not to say I don't love myself as is, but it's just, it wouldn't hurt to be fucking funny. Especially as a content creator. Still no not known VR says I'm funny to women and I'm a woman. Is that true? Is that right? That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. Very interesting. Question: do you go to comedy shows? Nah, I might start though. I might start in 2026. I just don't know which one to go to, but I'll type it in on Google and figure it out. Because I'm also into poetry, so it's like to me cross contextual. Leah Bengi Benji says that's how you get this that stink stink. I hate sensitive people on live and Karen mods. I'll be joking. I don't see it above the bait and switch. Said why mask it? Why mask it be? I think you said why must it be direct? Wait, direct with confidence. A bit of asshole mixed with gentleman. What's good, Bristol? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want to be a little bit of an asshole for sure. Direct with confidence, a bit of an asshole. Yeah, yeah, that sums it up right there. Unfilter yourself as if you're not trying to get at her or with her. That's exactly the style right there for sure. That's exactly the style right there. That's exactly the style right there, bro. It's like that's the style. You don't want a woman to think you're trying to get with her because what's the point in that? You want her to be on your nuts, which is nearly like it's like I ain't gonna say it's impossible, but it's nearly like it's like pushing the goal or the obstacle away from you. You walk up to her, hey, I'm Brandon. I want to get to know you. I want to get to know you better. Shit like that. It's like she's not interested, buddy. But if she got 10 minutes of your personality without you telling her that you find her sexually attractive, all of a sudden you're that cute guy or that hot guy that is just out of distance. Like, why won't he look in my direction? You know, that type of shit. So when it comes to improv, before we go in a little bit, improv, I said, give me the improv game to play with my chat. It says perfect. Now we're getting into live energy that actually works with your style. Since your chat is small, which is only two or three people in here, five people, the goal isn't wild improv comedy. It's low stress observation, slight absurdity, and letting them lean in. Think the style of the guy that I'm talking about. It says style. Dry, calm, slightly self amused. Very powerful to be slightly self amused. I've been to several comedy shows. I was chatting it up with the waiter, found out she was a comic herself. She was giving us shit the whole time, buying drinks and remarks. She was like, she was being comedic the whole time, and she's giving you shit. That means like she was like joning, like joking with you and shit. That's hilarious, man. I think all things are paved positively in humor. Like it's like it makes everything easier. Cause like 80% of my issues go away when shit is funny. Like, cause even though they don't go away, like if like whatever you fear, you're gonna fear it regardless. But like if you and the person is laughing the whole time, like it's different. Like even like again, when I'm talking to a woman, it's like I'm always being slightly like you said. I'm giving her a little bit of shit. Like I'm being a little bit of just an asshole. Like I can't even explain it with no other word. Like by you letting a woman know, by you flirting itself is like, how can I explain it? It's like teasing. It's like, I don't know, if a woman's highly interested in you, you got more leeway. I don't know. I feel like I do the best with women when I just chill and I let my thoughts come very naturally, and I fill in the moment with what needs to be said, like whatever might need to be said, like nah, you my type, you know what I'm saying? But like I just got to get to know you a little better, like I just kind of like say what I feel like is coming up into my mind, and then I just got to get to know you. Like I wouldn't have stopped you if I thought you was mid, you know what I'm saying? Like it's what people call being smooth, but it's just like you're just saying, you're reading your internal dialogue as it comes up. But it just so happens that if you're born to be an asshole, you're gonna say shit that feels a little bit like a little raunchy, a little dirty, depending on what neighborhood you grew up in and the style of like that. The hidden agenda in your neighborhood? Like what was the temperature like? I had the girl that I was talking to at Job Corp. She called me a smart aleck. She said, "I got a brother that," she said, "My brother is just like," she said, "You remind me of my brother." She said, "You always got something smart to say." I said, "That's funny because one of my ex girlfriends told me I remind her of her father." And I take that as a compliment because whenever a woman compares you to an authoritative masculine figure in her life, it really means that she's like highly attracted to, because she's comparing you to somebody she looked up to. But I didn't even know I was a shit talker until she brought that to my attention. But I wasn't trying to talk shit. I just was so comfortable being in a leadership position. I wasn't trying to talk shit, but I think when a woman's highly attracted to you, it's like natural for you to be a little bit of a dick because how else it's not that you don't have to be a dick, but she's gonna like if you're young, you're probably gonna be one. So but like hold on, let me see. She was actively flirting, but she was actively flirting, but using her charm to upset us on food. Wait, to upselling us on food. She was using her charm to upsell you on food, drinks, shit we didn't even want, but it flowed so nice. I'm going to see Desi Banks this Saturday, Improv in Ontario. Yeah, I fuck with Desi Banks, man. I fuck with him. I fuck with him, man. He funny, bro. I ain't never seen him do stand up. I definitely be seeing him on streamers stuff and on certain like I be seeing him on like YouTube like I like Jack Funny. I like Jack Funny though. To me he's hilarious like actually. And like I said, everybody get their inspiration from who they get it from. I'm sure he had his inspirations growing up. He probably looked up to somebody like Mike Epps or some shit. But people just look up to who they look up to, man. They resonate with who they resonate with. I got a wide palette, so I can see humor in everybody. Like I said, I really rarely meet people that don't have humor. Like even nerds and like just people in school and just people who no one else thinks is that funny. Like I also know other people who told me that certain people are funny, and I didn't see them as funny until like sometimes I hear them talk and I'm like, oh, this is what they meant when they saying this person's funny. But I just think humor in general is a very uncharted territory for dating coaches. Obviously, they do it when no one's looking, but I think that is something I need to really study, man. I think it's very charming when you see it in real time. You know what I'm saying? When you see that shit happening in real time. But the problem, one thing that a lot of guys are going to run into, it's all going to boil down to can you sustain that state of humor? Can you protect it? Because it's a very vulnerable. It's like a glass house. Because when you're humor, humor projects that you're comfortable in your skin. It says you're confident. You're a little bit of alpha, and you don't fear things. Remember, the society and the matrix feeds off of fear, so it needs to break you down and put you in a state of fear. So technically, humor could save you, but it could also display plausible deniability or a reason for somebody to attack you. So again, I don't think we should walk around just being humorous to everybody. But I do think when you're trying to game a female, you most certain or make a friend, you most certainly want to be able to dig in that bag of or arsenal of uh, comedic debris. Uh, it's just important. It's a skill. It's a craft, man. It's shows that you're healthy. It shows that you're yeah healthy, in my opinion. There's nobody that's on their deathbed or something and just like telling mad jokes and shit like that. Just under 1 hour pure gold, bro. What you mean? What's under 1 hour? Yeah, I can't give you. I was gonna give y'all one of the comedians that I listen to. I can't give y'all. I can't give y'all none of the new ones, bro. Cause I got like a little like roster of like comedians. I can't even give up one of their ass because they're all very new and they all are fucking hilarious. Being funny to most people is fairly easy, bro. LOL. But being witty and high level is more interesting. I like that comment right there. Hold on, let me see. Uh, she was actively flirting, using her charm. Not wait, I read that. I read everything you just put. Just paraphrase it. Say it a different way, like 10 words or 5 words. Um, so he said being funny to most people is fairly easy, bruh. I want to start with that. Um, to most people, quote unquote, it's tricky territory because I agree. 80% of my life, yeah, like being funny is situational though, because like again, this is where the whole alpha shit come from too. I feel like because let's just say you're funny amongst your peers and certain folks that know you, that really know you. But when you go out in the real world, like certain people don't, they have less of a, some people's survival depends on not laughing at what you say. Like, because some people are like, they take the, again, it's like it's threatening sometimes. Like when I went to Job Corps, every female liked me. Not everyone, obviously, but 70 or 60 or 50% of them. Uh, to some guys, they only know me because their girlfriend or the girl they was flirting with before I got there. I don't know what the conversation was like when I wasn't around. And that's the scary part now that I'm thinking about that because she could have really been doing like they do more when you're not around. That's what I'm trying to say. But from even from what I witnessed, like she's always in my face laughing. I'm flirting with every female I see on campus. So what I'm trying to say is I'm already winning without the humor. So when you add the humor, I'm really in your bitch. So like I said, a lot of guys' survival depend on you not being funny. Now, obviously, they can't stop you from being funny, uh, but uh, and again, I don't want to talk too fast because I haven't really tried to be Mr. Humor. I haven't tried it, so I think now 2026, I'm gonna add just a little pinch of humor into this concoction, and I'm gonna lead with friendship because again, I think that first of all, me as a human being, I value friendship over relationships. A lot of y'all don't know that about me, but I value friendships over relationships. And I also feel like when I go to the gym, I'm going to make 80% of women my friend and only 20%. Now, this is, again, a lot of guys aren't going to be able to do that because as soon as they go into what I would call the second chamber, the second level, right? People want to talk about living with your mom and how embarrassing and how belittling that type of thing is, right? So let's call that phase number 0 or phase number 1. Phase number 2 is when you're outdoors, right? It's when you're in the what we call the real world, quote unquote. But it's not about going to the gym or going to these places. It's about what you do in those places because you could get eliminated from those places. So like, say you get a gym membership, but you flirt with too many women, you know what I'm saying, or whatever the case may be. Now, if you have a gym membership, obviously you can. get away with more. If someone's letting you in on their past and you're flirting with women, obviously that's a more dangerous path. But do you know what deception is? Do you know what the knowledge of good and evil is? Let me see. Being funny the most. Why you delete your comment, bruh? He said being funny to most people is fairly easy. Oh yeah, so I just responded. I'm gonna respond to the other half. You said being witty and high level is more interesting. Now, yeah, so you're right on that. Actually, everything you just said was right. Now that I read the whole thing, you're absolutely right, bro. Because like again, everybody's funny, bro. Technically, everybody has a sense of humor. You know, most evilest people on the planet. I mean, they laugh. They laugh at darker shit, but at the end of the day, it's really the same thing. Um, cause I laugh at dark shit sometimes. Like I don't see myself as evil though. But when I see some shit, it might be fucked up, but I don't laugh. I don't like try to get everybody's attention and be like, gather up, let's laugh at this person in this, in this horrible situation. But sometimes you can't help. You have uncontrollable knee jerk reaction to something, um, and shit like that, man. So you know, like that's what I like about this comedian. He has dark humor. He actually laughs at people. He don't laugh at people. He make other people laugh at people. Like he asked some woman in the audience. He said, "What do you do for work?" She said something like, "I'm." She said some like something, and then some woman started like clapping for that woman. And then he said, "Oh, we have a nerd in the audience." And then he said, and then changed the topic back to the woman working. To the woman that he talked about working. And that shit was it's funny to me because it's dark and it's like Machiavellian. That's what it really is. He has a Machiavellian edge. Where it's like, obviously, if you do that, like say you're in a room, say I'm in the gym, and say like I meet like four women and we go out to eat after that, all five of us. We go out to eat. Uh the four say we go to Chili's and we go get some food. And we're in this technically social circle dynamic. Instead of me sitting there trying to be Mr. Perfect and not spill steak sauce on my soup, it would be more charming and bedazzling to tell some fucking jokes or to just like he just teased one of the bitches like, hey, where do you work at? And then this girl says, oh, I do this thing. And then one girl's like, oh, that's nice. And then you might say something raunchy to that chick that's like overreacting to the fact that you asked this woman where she works, because that's a real, it's his ability to improv. I think that's really what it is. I think that makes a man dangerous, like, because you got to be able to have some canned shit, but you got to also be able to call some shit out and have callback humor, and it's just different parts of being funny, not just wanting to be funny. And I don't think, and again, I mean, hold on, let me see. I want to get paid to interact. If not, they can stay with. Couldn't handle the program. What you talking about, bro? It's 8 people in here. Drop a 1 in the chat if you're still in here, man. Uh, uh, what time is it, bro? 2:11. I just think jokes are funny, bro. And even if like say y'all was to get a therapist or some shit like that, because a lot of people nowadays talking about therapy, right? I just think it'd be so interesting if you get a therapist and you just tell jokes. What's good, custom? I think if like most people talk about therapy, right? But they go in there and they're all stiff and shit and all stressed out and shit. But I think it'd be cool if you just tell jokes to the therapist all day because they're gonna be like, this guy's crazy. It's gonna be funny. I mean, it doesn't. Whoever said that just because you're in a therapist's office that you have to be like diagnosed and shit like that instead of being actually just being yourself. I believe 98% of things people say they want to do, it's just like a this it's just like this dark cloud around every decision you want to do. So then you don't do anything. Why would I go to therapy and have this person know all my secrets? It's like, he said, I think therapy is a scam. But that's also what a million other people today is saying. So that means that, see, most of the time when you see someone say something that everyone else is saying, that is the scam. That's the scam. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't heard millions of rappers say that. I don't heard millions of people who know that their life is trash say it. Not saying rappers' life be trash, but sometimes they do. But I'm just saying, like, I don't heard so many wounded people say that therapy, I don't got time, or it's not, it doesn't really help people, or you're the same thing. And then 2 months from then, they're in a highly intense argument with somebody, and they're like, well, maybe I need therapy. Maybe you need therapy. Well, motherfucker, you been knew you needed therapy for years now, and you still never made it to put your 10 toes in front of the door of a therapeutic office, right? If you say you're going to do something, do it. But once again, people don't have the tools to bring themselves to do the thing. I believe that if when you meet a therapist, I believe it's your due diligence to treat it like you're meeting a friend, but without, don't get on their nerves. Don't get on their fucking nerves, because then it's like, okay, they might be like, I came to do my job, but this person is, you don't want to be that person either. Hold on, let me see. What's good, Powerhouse? Powerhouse said, because going to a therapist is just like going to see a doctor. It's a serious matter. I don't even know what you mean by that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because I said, like, yeah, well, it doesn't have to be. That's my point. It doesn't have to be serious. If it's me and you and you're the therapist, the only people who can make it serious is me or the therapist. It's only two of us, and it takes two to tangle. So it's not that it's serious, it's that it's a job. Uh, just because something's a job doesn't make it serious. Like YouTube is my job, but the fact that we're talking about jokes makes it feel less serious. If I was just talking about just getting women, as in this life or death type of scenario, if I was to frame it as a life and death situation, it'd be 10 times harder for at least 80% of people to digest that because it doesn't make sense that they can't get a bitch. Because throughout all the history, you've been trained to believe that everybody got all the bitches. But in reality, it's just groups of is where there's winners, there's losers. But also where there's winners and losers, there's guys who turn from losers to winners, and there's guys who turn from winners to losers. But in the midst of you choosing which side you're going to be on, if you add humor in there or fun, it's scientifically proven if you want to get better at something, make it fun. Fun is the root word in funny. And this is why I think that humor is so seductive because if I'm trying to seduce this woman, why would I be serious? The less serious I am, I don't lose anything by being funny. I lose everything by making it serious. By making it funny, she's saying, I don't think he really wants me anyway. By making it serious, she's saying, wow, he really wants me. You have nothing to lose by being funny if you're around the right people. If you Here's the trick: if you're around the wrong people, then being funny is just going to get um like how can I say obliterated with hate. If you're around the right people, being at least 15% more funny is only going to catapult success. There's nowhere to run from success when you're being funny. Shout out to Funny Mike, the YouTuber. Actually, I was a big fan of him at one point. I was never really a fan of him, but I used to watch his shit all the time. So technically, but I was fan adjacent. I'm not gonna lie, Will. You seem like you the type of dude to get offended by casual jokes. What you mean by casual jokes? What the fuck is a casual joke? It depends, man. Like I said, it's all of humor is relational. So if I know you're an asshole and you're in front of me joking and I know you're an asshole, I'm going to know that you're being an asshole. But if we have that relationship where nobody offends nobody ever, then I trust you and I know you're not trying to backdoor me with bullshit. So then I'm not going to react that way. So don't be mad at somebody if you're an asshole and you're trying to be funny. That doesn't work like that. It's just not fair. Now, the type of humor I'm talking about is ironically in the same vein as what you're talking about, but it's different because I'm meeting the woman from scratch. I'm not meeting somebody and being an asshole and then trying to be funny afterwards. I'm meeting them being nice and being funny as a combination. But the funniness is dark humor. It's not dark humor, but it has a tint of wow, this guy speaks his mind. He's unfiltered. Uh, uh, it's unfiltered, which is actually perceived as masculinity or adulthood or something in that vein. And it just gets the right reactions out of women. Oh, you're crazy. That means that's womanese for you're the type of guy I would do X, Y, and Z with. Therapy is linked to mass shootings, so is medication, especially SSRI. If it's a narcissist making the joke, the entire instance offends me. Uh, uh. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's what I was trying to say. If it's a narcissist, if you know this person to be somebody who is trying to slight you in any possible way they can, and then they come around you being funny, you can be like, nah, I'm good on that funniness for now, until further notice. But if you know, like you and this person is always joking, but whatever the dynamic is, people are not stupid. That's the thing. You can't gaslight somebody into letting you bully them. And I think that bothers a lot of people. Because when you're a self-respecting creature, you just would never do that. You just would. It's just impossible. Like I would never let somebody trick me into letting them degrade me while I'm sitting there looking at them in their face. And a lot of people can't stand that because that's like a humiliation ritual that they have to pull off or some sort. It's like a guy like me, I'd rather do anything but that. Now, if you are funny enough and witty enough and quick enough to get the jokes off, I mean, then I'm gonna probably laugh or be like, damn. But I'm not gonna just, you know, I don't think it's healthy to sit in bad company too long. I don't care what they say. Lots of us regular folks are not trying to interact with narcissists. What's good, Jamo? So I give you a game you can run in 1 to 2 minutes per round. You can do multiple rounds. Game name. What's really happening? So we're about to play. Oh, it's one person in here. Drop a one if you're that one person that's in here. All right, West Virginia and Judgment. We're gonna play a game, an improv game. This for 7 people in here now. We're gonna play an improv game. It's called What's Really Happening. Purpose: turn a mundane statement or observation into a micro story with absurdity. Keep chat engaged. Oh, word? That's crazy. I don't know why it's doing that. How it works. Number one, step one, pick a mundane starting point. You or a viewer name something ordinary. Go ahead. Name something ordinary. So, an example would be I'm drinking coffee, or I just walked past a guy in a hoodie, or library is quiet. Step two, name the hidden story. You respond with a dry, slightly absurd observation. Example: if the chat said library is quiet, I would say, yeah, it's the international conference of people pretending to study. Step three, chat adds their twist. Chat member adds, one of them is probably just hiding from responsibilities. You acknowledge, definitely, probably a genius in hiding. Number four, keep it rolling. Take the next comment and attach a calm, humorous observation. No over explaining, pause between lines. Rule keynotes. No one has to be funny. Pauses are part of the joke. Every statement can be absurd, but grounded in reality. You lead by example, calm, dry, slightly amused. Nobody said anything. Where y'all at? Say something. Example round. Small chat of five. Chat say, I'm at the gym. I'd say, ah, yes, the temple of silent suffering and judgment. Chat say, chat would say, I think the treadmill is most honest machine. I say 100%. It only cares if you show up or cry quietly. Chat will say, I cried quietly today. I'll say, respect. That counts as a PR. I don't even know what PR means, but notice how you never need a punchline. The humor emerges from observation and slight absurdity. Chat is doing half the work. Observational level up. Step five. After a comment, raise one eyebrow, nod, and say, I'm going to say, why is this hard for me to play or remember? Because I'm not going to lie, bro. The way my brain was set up, it says improv, live improvisation requires dual tracking. Improv is basically a multitasking brain sport. Number one, monitoring the environment, chat, who said what, tone, vibe. Y'all not even saying shit, bro. Y'all crazy, bro. What's good with y'all, bro? Y'all just heard everything I just said, and y'all just gonna sit there and not say shit. And judgment, I know you in here. And y'all fucking up my game, bro. Number two, interpret meaning relevance. Figure out what's funny or interesting. Generate a response. Observation, rift, or observed twist. I think that's where I struggle with a lot of things, though, generating a response, interpret meaning, and then number four, deliver it. Calm, slightly amused, with timing and pause. This is cognitively heavy because your brain wants linear processing, not multi-channel juggling. Your brain is wired to analyze one thing at a time. Improv is like juggling three chainsaws. Like low key though, like that shit not easy. Uh, Timing and pause are invisible rules. Depends heavily on timing and silence. Too fast, you sound like you're forcing it. Too slow, you lose the shared moment. Pauses must feel natural. You often misjudge pauses. You either fill the silence too quickly or freeze because you're calculating what's next. Abstract versus concrete thinking, conflict. Your observations in the game require abstracting reality. Take I'm at the gym to recognize absurd pattern, to express dry observation. Tends to favor concrete details, not abstraction. So the jump to absurdity or what's really happening can feel unnatural or forced. Yeah, I don't do too good with abstract shit. I'm more of a very concrete thinker. I'm like over logical. So it's like, that's why I'm not good with banter and shit like that. I mean, yeah, I could do it sometimes, but I got to be in the mood to do that type of shit. That noise crazy. What noise? Number four, monitoring overloads your system. Even if you get the idea, your brain goes, am I being funny? Am I delivering right? Are they paying attention? This triggers stress, which shuts down creative flow. What you gonna call it? Humor works because he ignores all that. You haven't trained yourself to turn off evaluation yet. Number five, memory plus replay makes it feel impossible. Remembering the rules of the game while trying to improv is like trying to cook a 5 step recipe while someone is talking. Your brain has to hold the instructions in working memory while responding. That's why small chat feels easier than big chat. I mean, if I have a million people in here, it might feel kind of weird. Fewer threads, but still hard. The fix, how to make it work for you. Instead of forcing improv, shift your focus to three micro rules. Number one, observe one thing only. Pick a single comment or detail. So like bro right there said the chat showing less than is here. Bro, hold on, what? I could have swore I had more different comments in. So let's take the word chat. He said the chat is showing less than is here. So if I'm gonna improv off of that right there, I'm gonna pick a single comment or detail. So he said it's showing less. The chat is showing less. Comment on that. Ignore the rest. Uh, I say something like that's weird because comments, um, uh, what would I say? That's weird because comments don't need to be uh, less; they need to be more. Number two, respond with fact plus slight twist. No diddy. It says you're trying to be funny. It says not trying to be funny, just noticing. Example, yeah, treadmill is judging everyone quietly. Number three, pause and let chat do the work. No filler, no explanation. Silence is your friend. If you internalize this micro routine, your brain doesn't need to remember the game, it just moves naturally. Why'd you retract your message? Shortcut for memory. Keep a starter deck of 5 observations ready. Drop one, pause, let it riff organically. Your brain doesn't have to invent in real time, just remix what's familiar. This is why I suggest 20 plus prompts next. It's literally a memory scaffolding system. Give me the 20 prompts. 20 observational prompt starters. Environment space. This place always feels quieter than it needs to. I feel like the number two is I feel like the chairs are judging how productive we are. Number three, somewhere someone is silently regretting choosing this room. Number five, it's funny how serious people look when they're trying to relax. Number five, this space seems designed for focus and mild panic. Chat audience awareness. Number six, 5 people is enough to tell the room's mood. No, for real. For real. When there's less people, you feel like you could tell the mood of people and shit like that. Number seven, small chats like this are easier to notice than big ones. Number eight, I can already tell who's paying attention and who's pretending. Number nine, some of you are typing, some are silently observing, and I approve of both. Number 10, this feels like a conversation that doesn't need to be loud. At the gym, the library, or public spaces. Number 11, you might say the gym is quiet but full of judging machines. That's corny. Number 12, libraries always feel like a group project with invisible instructions. Number 13, coffee shops. People paying $5 to pretend they're working. See, I don't even understand that shit, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. A lot of shit is being said in this video that I don't even understand. I don't even understand. I tried to play an improv game with y'all and it didn't work. Let me see. Connoisseur. Drop a one if you're still in the chat, man. Drop a one if you're still in the chat. Drop a one if you're still in the motherfucking chat. Now we can personalize the observation prompts around. If y'all know me, y'all know I love eating fruit. If you've been on my channel. So now we're going to personalize the observation prompts around fruit, which is perfect for me. You don't need to be funny. You just name reality like you always do. These prompts also let chat riff naturally. Here's a batch of 20 fruit themed observation prompts. So, number one is general fruit diet observations. Number one, eating fruit feels like cheating on your body with sweetness. I get that, but that's not, I don't know if that's worth saying out loud, but I understand that. Number two, bananas are the social fruit. Everyone pretends they like them, but some secretly hate them. Number three, I eat fruit like I'm collecting micro achievements. This is just like comments that you just say. Like, say I go to like Trader Joe's and I'm talking to like the clerk, I might say that like I eat fruit like I'm collecting micro achievements. That's funny because it's like stupid, and I think that's the point. Hold on. Number four, mangoes are basically tropical candy pretending to be healthy. That's kind of funny to me. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. Because mangoes are so sweet, so it's like it makes perfect sense. Number five, fruit is the easiest diet compliance you can brag about. Now that's funny. That's funny to me. Next, we got texture, taste, and preferences. Number six, grapes are the only fruit that actually tastes like tiny joy. Number seven, some fruits are more like a suggestion than a snack. Hmm. Number eight, pineapple is the fruit equivalent of a plot twist. Number nine, watermelon, big, wet, and mostly air, like social gatherings. That's kind of funny. Number 10, number 10, number 10, berries are like little mood boosters packed in armor. Berries are like little mood boosters packed in armor. I would never say that, but I understand. I understand the joke. Life observations through fruit. Number 11. Eating a perfect apple feels like a small victory in an otherwise chaotic day. Number 12. Sometimes fruit reminds you how small problems taste. Sweet if you chew slowly. 13. A bad peach is the universe's way of testing patience. That's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. 11. Uh, fruit bowls are like social circles. Some grapes dominate, some hide. Number 15. I respect fruit that stays in season. Consistency is underrated. 16. I plan my day around fruit intake more than anything else. 17. Citrus is the only fruit that judges you back. Feel free to put laughing emojis if anything I'm saying is funny to you. 19. I've developed a radar for fruit quality that doesn't exist for people. 20. Eating fruit alone is like a solo meditation retreat, except sweet. How about with, uh, I don't know. I tried. I tried. I really did. I love fruit. I love eating fruit. That's like, it's like my love language. Like, to be honest, like if a woman buy me box, a whole box, or like a just one bag of apples, that's technically my wife in my head. Like that's technically my wife because I mean that's all I need, man. That's all a woman is should bring fruits to you. You know what I'm saying? She should roll fruits at your feet. She should, she shouldn't bring anything unsweet or unpleasant to your life. So I mean, fruit is a perfect gift. Actually, yeah. I need like one of them fruitarian wives. Like when I go on Instagram, it's certain women that's just into that lifestyle, crazy. Like so, to me, that's like top tier value. It's like top tier value in a woman. One of them vegetarian, fruitarian women. I don't think a woman could out woman a woman that's like that. It's fucking impossible. But yeah, being on the stage is you're way more likely, my bad, yeah. Being on the stage, you're way more likely to get um like your jokes off or whatever the case may be. But being in like a family dynamic, you're about 50 to 80% less likely to get your jokes off. Because by like joke number two or three, nobody's laughing anymore and everybody thinks you're just trying to be funny. So yeah, man, that's the fucked up thing, man. That's the thing you want to avoid with this shit. You don't ever want to be ass kissing with this shit. You want to actually make friends and make them laugh and shit like that. That's what that is, man. But again, you don't even want to. Don't make your goal. Your goal shouldn't be to make anything happen. You should just naturally be funny. Yeah. And ironically for me, a part of being funny is like checking in on my humor. And I think it's just the way I am. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna forget to be funny by tomorrow morning. I promise you. I'm going to literally forget. Like, I'm gonna wake up and something is gonna stop me from even remembering I made this video. Like something is literally gonna block me from my own content. And I'm gonna be like, oh, what did I talk about today? But it's like the humor shit never stops. That's what I'm starting to realize. The only time humor stops is when you need to be serious, which is like 40% of the time. Like again, I still believe when I'm dealing with a woman, it's again like 60% of the time. I mean, 60. I think this is where most guys are fucking up so horribly with women. They don't the percentage of when to be funny and when to be sexually attractive is so fucked up. But that needs to be like a needs to be fine tuned perfectly. Because sexual tension feels sexually arousing, and then humor kind of also does, but it is a little more lighthearted. And those are the only two things you need to actually build sexual tension. Like, I mean, like, problem is that guys are part time funny, so it's like they'll be funny at first, and then quickly die out and start being mad serious. And the woman's like, "What happened to that guy that I just met at first? That was like a breath of fresh air and shit like that." It's a lot to learn from this humor shit. We're gonna talk about this shit all month. We're gonna get into this shit, man. This shit is crazy. A lot of dating coaches they like to talk about callback humor. And I think that's a very smooth thing to do. Very actually very it could be useful. Me personally, I haven't found it to be so useful though. Like it hasn't worked for me like I've seen like other people like use the callback humor and shit like that. Again, it could be powerful, but like for me, it hasn't been very powerful. I think a lot of this is just knowing when to say what, knowing when you have your opponent on the edge of their seat, waiting for your next. What is he going to do next? What is he going to say next? Um, a lot of humor has to do with neurology, nervous system stuff. Because a woman, I mean, you got to grab somebody's attention first. Like the number one rule to game is that nothing moves without actually capturing their attention first. Capture or catch their attention first. From there, all things are possible. Without their attention, you know, it's hard to really influence a person without that. I think one of the biggest things, a lot of guys don't want to be attention whores. I personally don't desire to be an attention whore at all. But I do understand the value in that. And attention is currency. Attention is currency. So I do understand the value of it and stuff like that. But mm, mm, once the eyes are on you, then you basically do what you want from there, man. That's why I believe in being friends with women though too, because it's like by you saying I like you, I want you, or making it man to woman, as they say, that puts her eyes on you more as a threat. Like, look at this guy trying to fuck. I think that's what it almost scares women in a sense. Not saying not saying it has to scare them, but it can. You know what I'm saying? It really can. A woman just wants to know that this guy is safe. And I don't think telling them you want to fuck them is actually doing that for 80% of women. A stripper or something like that, or a chick that finds you highly sexually attractive for no reason at all. If you're a rapper, don't then it cancels it out. It cancels everything out. But for the average guy, it makes no sense to do that. It makes no sense to do it. Man. Yeah, this the game chair right here, man. Not gonna lie. Like I said, man, being in bad environments make it way harder to be funny, man, because it's like you lose faith in like your humor. You're like makes you gaslight you, make you feel like you're not that funny. But I mean, you gotta know what you're doing, man. At that point, and then like I said, like I said, it makes more sense to be friends with women because if you're running every woman away by making it a necessity to make it sexual, when are you actually like building these skills? Because these skills are built in a even exchange of energy and time. Like skills are not built by just going up and telling her you want to fuck her. Like not it like the real skills is like it's in the battlefield. It's not really like right now. If I say I want to meet a chick tomorrow and tell her that she's sexy and I want to fuck, the only skill that's being learned is honesty, which technically is not really a skill. It's just something you should be doing. And then uh, what you're also learning is sometimes you get what you want by being honest, which is like still not something you're really learning because that's obvious. But you're not learning nothing at that point. And you get some pussy from it, okay, cool, but you didn't learn nothing. So how can you redo that once a week or once, whenever you want. You can't do that whenever you want because it's not reliable to go up to a woman and tell her what you want to do. How is that reliable when women don't give a fuck what you want to do? Not saying they can't be made to care about what you want to do, or not saying some women, again, some women do, but most women don't give a fuck. You feel what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. Because most women find they get attraction in a different way than guys. Women get attracted to like power and status. Men get attracted to like looks and femininity. But here's the problem. In today's society, women are they're still feminine, but they're masking it with masculinity. So by you walking up and being honest, they're gonna match your energy with the, hey, well, I don't know, I don't know, and all of this type of shit. But it's not because they're masculine, it's because you didn't get them horny. You didn't do anything. You didn't. I'm not saying you gotta wear a woman down or any of that, because that's crazy. That's crazy talk. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm about to get off of here, man, and I'm about to watch a little bit more content before I go to sleep, bro. And watch a little bit more comedy and a little bit more somebody else's vlogs, man. Somebody else's shit. Cause right now it's like 2 in the morning, bro. Like three, probably. Just 3:04, man. This has been a great live. We'll go live tomorrow, um, and basically talk about the same shit, just in a different way. Because I think that this topic deserves at least three live videos in January, beginning to start the new year. You don't get funny just because you want to be. You get funny from actually participating in funny conversations and turning the conversation that way, being more observant and you know commenting on things. The average guy does not comment on shit. He just watches the world spin before him and doesn't comment on a fucking thing. A woman will know your masculinity by how frequently you comment on some shit. If you don't comment on nothing, she gonna think you a bitch. But we're gonna end it on that note, man. It's 7 people in here, man. I really don't. I really stay on this shit 24 hours, but we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that, man. We ain't gonna do that. Nerd Riz said that noise crazy. Yeah, yeah. Can you shout out? Make sure y'all subscribe. All of y'all, make sure y'all hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? It's been swell, man. It's been swell. it's been perfect. It's been picture perfect, man. It's actually been a vibe. It's actually been a vibe because it was good, Sonya. 60% of y'all said y'all funny to women. Y'all lying like shit. 40% of y'all said y'all not funny. And y'all not lying like shit. Um, yeah, man, that's sad. Why y'all lying? Now some of y'all probably is funny though. Like I said, everybody's funny when nobody's looking. Soon as people are looking, motherfuckers want to act like they not funny and shit. You gotta have some faith in your funniness. That's a fact. And it's funny too, because like a lot of women are sitting there waiting for guys to be funny. And it's like they don't care if it's a little corny either. Like that's how starved they are for like attention and shit. They don't like your shit could be kind of corny and they still gonna laugh like because they're like, oh my god, a guy is like talking to me, he's like making the conversation like better than like 80% of these other guys. Like this is such a good topic. I don't want to get off live. Like I really don't. Also, like again, like uh this really requires what's good, Faith, bro? We were just talking about being funny, bro, comedy and shit like that, incorporating like humor when talking to women. Most guys try to talk about like banter, but I think it's better than banter to just be um, observational and call out shit that's funny. Uh, Things you observe that the woman might laugh at. I think that's powerful. Easygoing and pragmatic for sure, man, for sure. But what you mean? You saying that's how like that's how you feeling? Or you saying that's like what you mean? Also, man, the library probably got some books in there about this type of stuff. That's my approach. Take things with a grain of salt, but be logical at its optimal level. Mm. What you mean take things by a grain of salt? See, the thing also I like about comedic comedy is like you're gonna lead you're gonna lead more. Like if you pay attention to the correlation between comedy and leadership is actually astonishing because like most guys can't lead women, but like when you're comfortable in your skin, it's like a natural success story. Like, cause like again, like it's called a sense of humor for a reason. Cause it's like one of your five senses, like something that everybody kind of has. So it's like when you don't make her laugh, she's like, is this guy really like who he say he is? Cause like most human beings at some point make other human beings laugh. So that is kind of like a a badge of honor to actually make her laugh. And then not only that, it signals like y'all are going to be something down the line as well. Because just to contribute to her subconscious, I can imagine that if you don't, because there's been women I've been around before that I was so nervous. I don't think I made them really laugh. But I noticed, like this was when I was younger, but I've noticed like my mom has this, her friend was, she has this fine ass friend that I used to try to talk to and shit. And like I used to be so nervous that I wouldn't really make her I never really made her laugh for real. Like, and I'm just realizing it today. Like, cause I used to always wonder, like, why didn't things work out with me and Shorty? But I knew I was acting chicken shit the whole time. But like when I'm really now learning game like incrementally, like step by step, I'm like, yo, you never really tried. Like you never really put in that effort for real. You just kind of like shied away and shit. Hold on. Taking things with a grain of salt, meaning you can take a joke but stay in truth. The scripture says women are the strongest, but truth bereth away the victory. Truth bereth away the victory. Women are the strongest, meaning women are the most intoxicating, but truth gets you the victory. I agree. I agree. And that's what all my content is about, right? It's all rooted in around, it's all based in and around all of that. Because again, like I said earlier, being funny is my truth at the end of the day. A lot of my videos are from a very integral standpoint. I don't really say nothing if it's not something I'm really going to do or live by or been living by or whatever the case may be. So I think we saying the same thing, bro. Like, uh, and again, we're not talking about taking a joke. We talking about giving jokes or leading with humor. Exactly. Humor comes from intangibles. What you mean? Intangibles. You talking a little bit over my head, man. He said we locked in for sure. For sure, for sure. Yeah, man. I'm from the sea, man. Said what state you from? I'm from the sea. Literally from the sea. Uh Faith said truth equals intangibles equals things you can point out. Things you can point out she can learn from. I mean, the way my brain sees it is a woman can learn from anything, but I see what you're saying. Things that she can really learn from. I see what you're saying. Not something that is like interchangeable, like something that's really like factual, something that's really substantial. Like, um, yeah, truth equals intangibles and things, right? Solid but funny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be so funny that you lose your masculine edge or your uh masculine polarity or whatever the case may be. So we want to touch on this topic tomorrow. Hopefully we remember, but we want to bring balance. And I look at the world through percentages. So, but like, you want to just the whole video when y'all run this video back sometime in the future, y'all see like I've been trying to say like you just want to add or pepper in a little bit of comedic edge. You don't really want to lead with like a million jokes. Like that's not what I'm. That's not what I want for myself. You know, so that's not what I'm aiming for. I just think in every dimension of a man's life, he can add some humor though. He can use it and actually be a better guy, you know, to a degree. Uh Bruh, listen, man. We going on 5 hours. Yeah, man, tomorrow gonna be lit though. Tomorrow Saturday or Sunday? Oh, Saturday. I think balance is the key, man. Like religion works well with humor because if you're a religious man, then it's already implied that you solid or you got some structure to you. And then when you say jokes, they hit a little harder. Uh, so I think that's also a thing. Um, I don't typically talk about religion on my channel, but I understand the role that it could play in a man's life as far as his leadership, his structure, his vision, his completeness, his willingness to expand and voyage and journey to new levels. Facts, balance is key. And that's the part that I think that, I mean, you actually bringing balance to the chat with your side of things because we talked earlier, and again, I influence y'all to watch the whole video back. We talked earlier about like different ways to different comedy styles and different comedic styles. When I watch comedians on YouTube, I never really know their religion too deep, but there's so many different comedians that I find it humorous. It's like if you really want to find religious comedians, there's religious comedians. people who talk about God and stuff like this, but they talk about it through comedy. And then there's like female comedians, and then there's just comedians for every genre. Like there's comedians that talk about dating. I mean, no different than poetry or whatever the case may be, man. Shit is crazy. Oh my God. That young felt like I just released a whole demon for real. Like, but yeah, man, that's kind of, I mean, and then again, I think that comedy is therapeutic, bro. I think has an element that's unobserved, unobserved, unobserved by the masses. Does it take some balls to get up on that stage in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like I find therapy in what I do, lifestyle and dating coaching, but I think comedy is another level. It's like Thanos with the glove. It's like you need that fucking stone of like ridiculously funny. Like just like because it says again, another perspective I want to give y'all before we get out of here in a couple minutes is when a person notices that you're funny, right? Because you got different ways of people waking up to that or noticing that. So like sometimes people might see that and they might not care, but for the most part, people are gonna find some value in that. But again, in a dating context, a woman is gonna really think like, okay, first of all, other women probably will cherish just the way I'm cherishing it. Second of all, I'm happy I'm with somebody that's funny instead of somebody who's just like not funny or over serious. Uh, Again, we're not trying to be Kevin Hart. Like we're not trying to make it our profession, but the incorporation of it only adds to the smoothness. It only adds to the dynamic. It's only cohesive. And it shows influence, which I think is just wonderful. Because like even when you talk in a like say like when we talk about social circle game or friendship game or whatever the case, right? Even in that department, a lot of my conversations don't I don't usually go funny with it. I usually keep it basic, small talk, back and forth, uh, questions, shit like that. But like humor adds that, oh, I fuck with him for more than just logical reasons, if that makes sense. But yeah, man, I think the video is pretty much done, man. Can y'all hear that? Man. I mean, you could talk about slavery in in a comedic way, and that should be hilarious though. Like, it's just about your imagination, how far you want to go with that shit. Like, my brother is about to let his girl go after 2 years. She a good girl, but she has her issues. She be having tantrums, and he takes care of her. So sad to see it, but I think he's good. I think he'll be good. Um, oh, uh,
Oh man, how long they been together, man? I feel like with me, man, I ain't taking no disrespect, bro. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I'm just gonna keep it funky with you, man. But then again, man, a lot of people say a lot of stuff and they just can't stand on it, on the standards. But that's what you sign up for, man. Which is
Damn, bro. I'm sitting here getting gifted in my sleep. Shout out to whoever gifted, man. Appreciate that, man.